servant, I think is the idea of why she's trying to keep herself so busy. We kind of decided to put that one on the back burner, I think.
No, that's why I have the sending stones.
Okay, you did not decide to put it on the back burner. Fair.
It's the side burner.
Mm-hmm. Liz and I burned all of our utilities helping the people who were injured during the fight for capturing Legion. The dragon that was the bar hostess or tavern keep or whatever position they had there was the brother of the Leviathan that I killed. So that was cool. Or is the sister to the Leviathan.
Sister.
Yeah. After that, we talked to the leaders of Mithadun and Draywin, who were still in Draywin after the events of Legion's kidnapping, and gave us a bunch of shit, which is really cool. And then we were planning on heading over to the Lord Daddy to, I don't know, talk with him, I guess.
And also found out that artificers are very rare.
Yeah, we need to start trying to horn Liz out.
You don't need to phrase it like that.
I know.
I think he phrased it like that on purpose, though.
I'm very aware that he did it on purpose, yeah.
In the terms of making money and selling items, not Liz.
Definitely not Liz.
I can't remember why exactly we wanted to see the Lord Dragon, but it was something to do with dragons.
I mean, it might have been as simple as thanking him for not letting us fucking die on the floor of his little cave.
I think it was something along that lines as well. It's just like, hey, how you doing? How are things?
Part of
Know
my
any
reason for
good
wanting
juicy
to go
lore
there,
bits?
part of my reason for wanting to go there is that I think he was just watching over that cave because Bahamut was gone, and now that technically Bahamut's back, he doesn't need to anymore, so he can just kind of go do whatever he wants.
Oh yeah, that as well. And then I think we're gonna head to Arkington to meet with Anna.
There are a couple people that we want to talk to, because I want to talk to my dad. I'm sure Zeroji does as well.
I mean, technically, if if we want to half the continent split the party, we could.
I don't think it's necessary.
Well, it's one of those kind of two birds, one stone thing with family. So you and Zeroji could go to Arkington and.
Are you still trying to push us to going to visit Liz's mom?
I'm not saying no to that, but the next bit of my statement was going to be Finn and Liz go to Ripfell.
Oh my god!
I thought that Fenn didn't want to go to Ripfell.
No, I think no. Finn wants to go to Ripfell right now because the mayor's not there, and I want to fuck around.
I don't think Liz would be okay with Fenn fucking around in Ripfell.
She's not gonna tell Liz that.
I forgot a contact. Your sheet is now, or the message is now getting updated.
Okay. It was just a thought of like we could basically split up. You guys could meet your family. Liz could go see her mom. Finn can be occupied. And then meet up back at Arkington. Or we can just all go to Arkington.
All right.
Finn does not have family. Finn understands the value of family. Go see your mom, Liz.
Might be a good idea to not split up across the continent, though.
Yeah. There is that, I guess.
Especially now that I'm sure that a god has returned to the world officially, which is terrifying, by the way. There are certain brood that don't want that to happen.
Yeah, that's true. So we can go see Lord Daddy.
Oh, by
and
the way,
then,
after we've been asleep for 3 years, they've been really fucking quiet, which is fishy.
You blaming
And
my
then,
brood for being quiet?
heh,
Is that what's
Given
happening right
that, what's that?
I'm not. I just want that stated for the record.
Like, if they want to, if the ones that want me dead want to kill me, they probably would have or tried already. Which means they want fucking something else, and I don't know what that something else is.
Did anybody try to kill Finn while he was in the care of Trishula and Lyric?
I'm assuming that was not public knowledge.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is we just disappeared. We died to the world because we were gone for 3 fucking years.
You guys haven't actually asked.
I'm not gonna waste the sending stone because I'm in the same city as Trishula.
To be fair, it's not like you had much chance to ask. You have basically woke up and then slayed a dragon. So there's that.
Yeah.
But you guys have come upon a calm before any potential storms that either you rile up or some other power riles up. So it's not like you don't have time to figure things out. Speaking of which, are you all meeting in I guess one of the estates or in what the hell did I call this? In the Archer and Pipe, I think.
Yeah. It was Archer and Pipe.
The Archer and Pipe. Yep.
Yeah.
Because we left off in the meeting hall or whatever with the leaders.
Yeah, that was just wrapping up when we ended, I think.
So I mean, we probably I don't know. Depends on time of day, food and whatnot. If we'd be going to get food or just going back and sitting down in one of the estates and just chatting. But depending on the location, also kind of depends on the conversation. I guess for ease sake, we could be meeting in one of the estates and chatting there. That way we can be less worried about ears.
Sure. The only people around the estates are the servants that are keeping the place clean.
Go away.
They kind of cock an eye at you, like a incredulous, this is our jobs type of doing so, but they listen.
It's like go to that side of the estate for like 30 minutes.
There are nicer ways to say what you're saying, you know that, right?
No.
I think Fenn's charisma is 8. It might be higher.
Liz's
A
is.
done. Mine is a 12. But there's different types of charisma. I'm very good at deception and persuasion.
I'm
But
also
I'm
really
really
good at
bad at
persuasion. Or
imitation.
kind of. I feel like I'm only kind of good at anything.
Well, I'm a skill monkey. You hit things with stick.
Yeah, but you also hit things really fucking hard.
True. You have a lot of health. I don't.
Technically speaking, you should be able to hit harder than Fen can within a single turn.
True. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I just fish for crits.
That's like my crit fish in Hexadin.
So, where is Trishlo right now?
Where is Trishula?
She ran off to prepare dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having
And
dinner.
depending on what estate you're in, you could be in the wrong estate for dinner.
Go to the wrong estate. Hold on. Guys, if we want food, we got to go back to mine.
Putting all that aside, yeah, you do end up meeting or just basically going to Fen's estate for now to meet up for both dinner and to chat more. Zeroji keeps kind of blabbing on about different assorted things to deal with seeing what can be done about the spirits. It's kind of just
He's very
nonsensical
interested
right
in the
now.
plane of souls.
Every now
Nonsensical,
and
bordering
then,
on obsession.
mutter something about muggers and then dissociates for a second and then goes back to spirits.
Trishula pipes up. What's this about muggers? Were you guys mugged on the way here?
No, it's been a while since that happened. In real time, about 4 years. It's been about what, fucking like 3 months for us, maybe. I don't know how much our time that we can like actually recall actively has passed.
No, it'd be more than 4 years because we had a 4 year gap or a year gap before the 3 year unconsciousness.
Yeah, that's why I said 4 years and change.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm curious. How long have you actively been heroes?
Depends on your definition of hero, I guess.
How long have you
About
actively been
37
adventuring?
minutes.
Yeah, there's been a lot of time shenanigans and our memories are getting messed with. I'm not actually sure.
Because you were
Carry the
sleeping
one.
for a long time.
Yeah, but like outside of that sleeping, like we've had lives of people that don't exist anymore inserted into our heads, and we've had our own bout of time that doesn't actually exist anymore happen.
How are you? And I don't mean this to be rude, but how are you so powerful when you've kind of been idle for most of your adventuring career?
That is a fantastic question.
A very good question.
I spout off the One Punch Man regiment.
That actually work?
Don't forget to add pike press to that. You're doing nothing for your shoulders, man, or your back. You got to work those too.
Resisting the urge to say things.
Were they pervy things or were they accurate things?
Well, they can be both. Speaking of being unconscious for 3 years, did he try to kill me while I was unconscious?
Not while you were at our manor.
Were people
So
aware that we were there and sleeping? Like, was that common knowledge? Did people know where to find us if they needed to?
I think it was knowledge among particular parties. There was something about needing to keep you alive for a specified thing. I actually think that my old lord was visited by a particular person, and that was actually why we had kept you in secret anyways.
A person.
With a person, is this before or after you started looking after us?
Oh, this is because we weren't sure what to do with you, and I had, with as much power as I have, which was none at the time, lobbied to uh, take care of you guys myself, but my lord was having none of that, so it wasn't until uh, this particular person came along and persuaded him otherwise. Otherwise, you were all going to go back to your hometowns.
Do you know who this person was?
I didn't see much of him. He had grayish white long hair, but he looked really young, and it just something was otherworldly about him. And I'm saying this as a vampire.
Do you know if there was a name that you heard that might have been for this person?
As keen as my hearing is, I did not hear anything of his name uttered. But whatever he told my lord was persuasive enough to have us keep you. Excuse me.
Was this separate from who brought us here, or did we just kind of show up?
Well, currently you're in Draywin, so you brought yourselves here.
Well, when we arrived to be taken care of while we were unconscious at first.
From what I recall of you being brought to us, that was something between Vishrap and my lord as well.
So Vishrap wasn't the one that convinced your lord to take
Oh,
care of us?
Vishrap didn't come visit us. No. That's impossible. He's guarding Bahamut's temple. Or was? Is? I don't know. It's complicated with you here now, Xavier.
Yeah, that's something that's on the agenda for us to go find out. Does anybody here recognize that description? Have I suddenly become the only adventurer in the room?
Nope.
I'm drawing
What
a
is that?
blank.
Intelligence? I don't know anybody.
A young-looking, long, white-haired man, I think. We might need to figure out who it was that was so interested in our. I'll go with preservation.
Yeah. So did somebody try to kill me before you started watching before you started taking care of us?
I don't know if they would have that information.
Worth asking.
It's fair.
Is there any particular reason that you're paranoid about someone trying to kill you?
I don't know, Fen. Is there something you would have done to somebody to make them want you to be in danger?
Actually, I don't know why I ended up on that list.
You're on a list?
Yes.
Sort of.
The list is a bit old. The only reason I have it is
4
because
years
I know
old?
somebody else on the list. I'll pull it out and see if she knows any names on the list. If you need a reminder of what those names are, I can send them to you.
If I need a reminder?
I don't know if you made a note of it last time you sent it to me, because I know last time you sent it to me, you didn't have a list of names. You had to make it.
You pull it out, and as you just like give a cursory glance to the names as you're about to hand the list over to her, you stop in your tracks before you hand the list to her, because at the bottom of the list it's grown.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
are there more names
What?
crossed out?
No, there are more names added.
Any names we recognize?
One key name, Trishula.
Huh.
Oh no.
That's not positive.
Well, here I go murdering again.
I don't think I actually have that list anywhere, so if you want to send it to me, yeah. I know I took note of it, and then I think that document is one of the ones that is not in my current notes document. It was in a separate document.
Here's the list as I have it right now.
Do you remember which names are crossed out?
All I knew is that Aryer's name was not crossed out, and that is important because
Aryer's name is not crossed out.
as I believe. I don't have immediately any notes of any of them that were crossed out. I can try to read through it. But the first time I was given the description, it was just I recognized Aryer's name, I think.
God damn. My
Didn't you put the list in here at one point?
Oh yeah, the 3 adventurers that had a basement workout area that got fucking annihilated by Aether. I think.
heading 1.
Okay, now why is she on the list though? That really doesn't make any sense.
Let me pull up Larwhelm as well real quick. Well, let me scroll down to Larwhelm.
It says job board has a new post, a list of 10 names, including Aryer's. 4 names are crossed off, but not Aryer's. I take the list off the board. So 4 names were crossed out. I don't know which ones.
Also, Fen, you find out Trishula's full name is Trishula Alsko.
I mean,
Approximately, how long is the list now?
I would assume that I would have known that by then.
I don't know. Depends if you would have asked.
Yeah, that would come up at some point, you know. But do you have a spelling of that so I can copy it?
Do I have the list?
No, the spelling of her name.
Yeah. Because I'm currently. Everyone
I'll
can
post
see
it in the chat if you want to
Okay,
finish. Oh, you got it.
There's that one.
Okay.
Oh wow, I butchered that.
Yeah, that's why I just didn't. Oh, there's my note. I found the Anadrith note.
All right, I just want to say, because my style of note taking and the way I keep trying to take notes, changes from game to game. There's a reason why my notes are pretty chaotic right now. My sidebar is chaotic as fuck.
I can barely keep track of my shit. I just open a place and put it in and hope I see it later.
And I already want to go back and change how I've done Riffel's and Endress's notes too.
This is way better than what I was taking, holy. But I guess it's necessary.
This is why sometimes when you ask me questions, I just go and then go quiet.
Holy shit balls.
And I don't really know a better way of like compiling notes right now than with the sidebar in Word or Google Docs right now, because it's just like that's the easiest way to begin navigating notes.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus.
There we go. So Aryur's name was the only one not crossed out, you said.
No, I said there were 4 names there were 4 names that were crossed out. Aryur's
Okay.
was not.
All right.
And that's the only notes I had on
4
that.
names that were crossed out, and you don't remember which ones were crossed out. You have a strike-through option on your text. You know this, right?
Yeah, but whenever I first got the list, I didn't even get a list of names.
That's
I was
true.
just told that Aryur's name was on it. And then when you gave me the list of actual names,
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
try to
it's
give you
fine, it's fine, it's
clarification on who was crossed off.
Well, I'm gonna make up some people who are crossed off now because none of these people were actually introduced to you besides Aryur and Trishula, so it's good.
And Fen.
And Fen, who's
Oh.
also on the list.
Which I'm very careful. I don't know why I'm on the list.
That might be something we want to look into.
Where is the strike-through option? Come on, Google. There it is. Alt-Shift-5?
I mean,
The fuck?
I just might have just put a quest in front of me.
I did?
Yeah.
I kind of tried to look into it 4 years ago, and then we got a little distracted.
It's
Repeatedly.
Alt-Shift-S, isn't it? Nope.
Yeah, that happens whenever you go into the future.
It is Alt-Shift-5.
4,000
No, I had
years.
this list like on the second day of our campaign.
There we go. Oh, Fen's name is on there.
Fence in the
Definitely
Borderless
crossed
Door.
out. I mean, I died, right? I was gone for 3 years.
I mean, if you're as good as what you do as you say you are, people might not even be surprised that you randomly disappear for 3 years. Or I guess they cannot find you for 3 years if they're looking for you.
I mean, yeah, but like the whole point is to not get caught in the first place.
I mean, somebody in Riftfell knows about you.
Well, I didn't know the mayor was a rogue, but I fucking do now.
Another name that's on the list.
It's Savroges, isn't it? Oh.
I'll
Huh.
post it in the group. Alright.
Biniaro.
That one does not surprise me, honestly.
Oh.
But also, like, what the fuck are they gonna do about it?
And another thing you see in front of your eyes as you are now standing there looking at the list is Audrith Necrana's name gets crossed off.
But that's bad.
So now your
To be
list should
fair,
look.
I
Your
don't
list
know what that means.
looks like this.
Audrith is the leader of the Shadows Guild in
No, that's Anadrith.
Anadrith, two different names.
Anadrith.
They're very
Sorry.
close. They are different.
Okay.
What was the strike through option? Edit.
It's in format.
Well, I don't know who that person is then. Audrith. Oh
Alt
yeah.
Shift 5.
Yeah. You know that command off the back of your hand, right?
It's so intuitive for strike through, you know?
Well, they couldn't do S. I mean, like Shift S. That's just capital. Alt S is just
I mean,
going to
Shift
format
S.
everything
Shift
to.
S
I don't.
makes an S capitalized. What do you mean?
Yes. But if you did Alt S, it just saves it. No, I think that's Control S.
I believe that is Control S, but also Google just auto saves everything you do. So
Yeah.
Also, my Google Home speakers are definitely listening to my wife and my conversation because we talk about random things, and all of a sudden my wife is like, "Hey, look, I have an ad for this thing now."
Oh,
It had
Oh,
something
they
similar
do.
happen.
Oh, I
yeah.
know they do. It's just fucking
100%.
funny. And I still want to get another Google Home speaker for the bathroom, just so we can listen to music better.
Just get you a waterproof
So
Bluetooth
I've already
speaker and stick it to the wall.
Right.
I've already gotten 90% of the way of showing her this list. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, oh, I guess I don't want to show you this list anymore because your name's on it. No,
What do you mean? She
no, I'm not gonna.
sleight of
I'm
hand,
not
sleight
gonna.
of hand, sleight of hand.
I'm not gonna stop showing it to her, but I will,
Okay, no
as I
sleight of
pull
hand.
it out, show an obvious look of surprise and was like, oh, it's gotten longer. And it has your name on it, which is very interesting. And then I will still show it to her.
Who did you steal from?
What all these names have in common that would cause them to be on the same list?
I've got no idea. I think I showed it to Arya at one point while we were at Arkenton, and she didn't recognize any of the names. Or at least she
Audrith,
told me she didn't.
Audrith Necrana used to be a vampire lord. She was slain at the hands of a particular huntsman. I can't remember what happened there. Nigtwil Sarnellis, I don't recognize the name of. Lorthorn Norley, I don't recognize. Arier is a bit of an infamous vampire that I'm aware of.
Huh?
Uh,
Whoa. Wait, what?
Tybredin
Can we
Religalor
go back for a second?
was these are all vampire lords.
I'm sorry. Can we go back to Arya being a vampire?
What?
Hold on.
What?
But
Is this the same
Wait.
Arya that's in Arkenton?
That was where I knew she was at last.
My paladin trainer
ah,
is a vampire? I don't have any idea how Zeroji's gonna react to this. No clue.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to finally. Like, I always knew what the list was. I've been waiting.
Wait, why is
I-
Fen a vampire? Wait,
I
you're a
have
vampire?
questions.
Fen, are you a vampire?
Hold on. I step out in the sunlight. Nope.
You do
Still
not take any
normal.
damage. However, the presence inside you gives a smirk.
Oh, I think I know why. They think I'm a vampire because I do a lot of stuff at night and not a lot of stuff during the day.
How deceptive are you trying to be with that description? Like, on a scale of 1 to
I'm not a
20 plus your
vampire.
deception
I don't.
modifier. I guess it's
Well,
more so on a scale of 10 to 20 plus your deception modifier.
I rolled below. What? No, I actually just rolled a 10. So
Just
16.
roll a 10. All right. Passive insights from everyone. Go.
18.
Passive insight is 15.
How much do you understand about what you just described, Reaper? Because you were telling a truth, but it was not like the correct truth that I think you would have gleaned from your inner presence smirking at you.
I don't. I glean nothing. I don't know why it smirked at me.
Is it a vampire?
There's a possibility that before your inner presence was turned into a weapon, it at some point might have also been a vampire changeling itself.
Uh,
And your name appeared on the list when you acquired Ever Changing.
son of a bitch. I pull up a little statue and just You little son of a bitch.
Shoot.
Oh god, he's talking himself again. When's he gonna stab himself in
That's
the back?
great. So while you
So the-
yourself do not have any vampiric tendencies or are a vampire in any way, shape, or form, that is what you are gleaning from this now. Okay. So, would you like to change your story and just skip the deception check, or would you like
Wait,
to continue with that
Beniara's a
story and keep the
vampire?
deception?
Oh, that's so bad.
I mean, it
That just
kind of
clicked.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Uh,
he would.
I would have just been like, it. It was the little like click in the head of like actually saying this of like, I don't know why I'm on the list. Like, I mean, I get that like I do a lot of stuff at night and don't do a lot of stuff at. Hold on, and then summon the statue. You son of a bitch!
So we're skipping
They're
the
after
deception
you.
check.
Yeah, that's.
All right.
They're apparently after me because of you.
Well, isn't that part of you now? Didn't you say that's
It,
the case?
well, it is now technically.
So
I don't think.
does that make you a vampire now?
Nope, still not a vampire. I mean, I think I have easy access to become one if I wanted to, but like, maybe, we'll talk about that later.
Huh.
But no, I mean, I'm still an elf
Oh wait, this person's name is on there twice. Wait a minute.
that is not a vampire,
It is. I see that. I need to cross out a
but
different name.
I think
That
the
one.
issue is that the being that ever changing was is what they're after. Even though now ever changing during the time span was cursed into being a weapon and then is now part of me. Not a vampire, but I mean, I guess he is a vampire, but not a vampire because he's a weapon. But he's part of me. But they're after him because he was initially a vampire. It's a long string of bullshit, but no, I'm not a vampire.
So you said Audrith was killed by a huntsman of sorts.
Yes, a vampire hunter specifically.
Is that not concerning? Do you know where he was located? How protected he was?
She was a lady in a castle at some point.
Eh.
Do you know which one?
No, not specifically. You might have to ask my my old lord Lurik about that.
You know the huntsman's name?
No, just that there was a legend that Audrith was hunted by one and successfully killed.
How long ago would this have been?
It's over 100 years ago, so that's why it's more so legend than fact. It's more so like it's just weird to see this list, and so you're not writing our names on it, correct? You're not a vampire hunter.
No,
Uh,
I am not a vampire hunter.
I would have issues with Xavier more than I already do. If he was specifically hunting me, he's playing the longest fucking con I've ever
The
seen.
log con. No, I am
Didn't
not.
we find this list in what was it, Tadruf or whatever?
Fucking yeah, it was in Tawdry Rough. It was just on the fucking board of jobs.
Maybe
And
he's operating out of Tawdry Roof then.
I think the Tawdry Rough board got jobs from like various places. I can't remember because there was a job in Larwelln for collecting chocobos.
those
Well,
things were
it was
mean.
listed as giant chickens.
Well,
Yeah. The legally not chocobos.
Did you find the same list in Larwell then?
I don't think we. Did we look at a job board in Larwelln during our year that we were there?
I don't remember.
Time to waste a
seeing it from
teleport.
Have any of you tried writing on the list?
I have not tried writing on the list. No, it's mostly been in my pocket since we've been pretty busy since we found it.
She quickly takes out inkwell and ink and quill and begins writing on it. And she simply writes, "Who are you?"
Oh,
Does
hate
the ink
that.
stay? Does the
And
oh, go ahead.
it takes like a minute or so. And there is writing that returns on it that repeats the question back in different handwriting that says, "Who are you?"
Maybe we don't write anymore on the list.
Yeah,
today.
no. Let's not.
She hands the list back to you, Xavier.
That's
So that's interesting.
I wonder if they have a way to track this, if they can write to us on it.
I didn't
If
know
that were the
Murder
case, then in
Vampire
theory,
Hunter was
we
going
should
to
have
be
a
in
way
the
of
docket.
tracking them as well. Yeah, it can go both ways.
Possibly.
Oh man, it would be great if Zeroji was back right now.
It sure would be.
Because neither Fen nor Xavier, well, in this case, Reaper or Will, can RP as Kit playing Zeroji to answer these questions.
No.
If you would like to
Uh,
continue pursuing this line of thought, we can. Or if you want to put a pin in that one and come back to that when Kit is back, we can talk about something else.
I think it'll be better to wait for Kit to come back.
yeah.
Yeah, because I can't even detect magic on it because actually no, I could that's a ritual, so I
That's a
could ritual
ritual.
cast.
Yeah.
If you want to take a minute to do that, we can.
Can
Oh,
Artificers
or
ritual
10.
cast?
It has R on it. Let me check.
Yeah, but you yourself need to have ritual casting, which I think only wizards get at base. You have to take a feat for it yourself.
Clerics get it too.
Okay, only wizards and clerics get it at base. Yeah, just because you're RP or not RPing, you are RPing, but just because you're playing a cleric in another game doesn't mean you have to like correct me, man. Come on.
I'm playing a cleric warlock, and I'm going the Book of Shadows path, and I'm
Oh,
going
gosh.
to literally take all of the ritual spells and be like, I can cast any of these motherfuckers in 10 minutes.
Just be like, hold up, guys, I got this. Just give me 10.
It is funny doing that in Celasta, I gotta say.
Because the fucking screen just blanks out, and I was like, all right, this is a thing that's happening.
Then when you find a stat increase book, it's like your party studies it for
Ritual
24
casting,
hours.
You can cast an artificer spell as a ritual if that spell has ritual tag and you have the spell prepared.
Good. All right, cool. You can do it.
While that's going on, Finn pulls a list out of nowhere and writes at the very top of it, Vampire Hunter, and puts it away.
What's that list?
What list?
The paper you just pulled out.
Oh yeah, that. Well, the bright side, Zeroji is now lower.
I'm almost afraid to ask how high he was originally.
He worked his way up there a little bit. He's been getting back down there though. Still mad about the hand.
That's fair. Am I on
That's
it?
no.
Oh
You can tell that was said in a way to sound in such a manner, but Liz is actually not on the list.
That's fucking funny.
Just jokingly punches him in the arm, I guess.
He takes out
I'm-
the list and writes Liz's name.
I'm not going to ask because I don't want to know if I'm on the list.
From what I know of you, Xavier, you're too much of a goody two-shoes to appear on his list, I bet.
I unfortunately cannot put as much faith in defense internal dialogue, unfortunately. Though you probably know him better than I do.
You haven't evaporated any of my limbs, which is the only reason that Zeroji got put on a list.
Oh my god.
That-
In his defense, it was unintentional.
Well, I might unintentionally sever one of his. It's fine.
so it's not a kill list, but a revenge list.
He's got an asterisk. Most of the others are going to die. Especially a vampire hunter.
Yeah, it's a bit odd that both of our names are on the list.
I'm assuming this isn't even like a complete list of vampires. It's just some, right?
Lyric's name isn't on it. So
Yeah,
that
Lyric's not on there.
It makes
So
me wonder why she's on it.
It begs the question as to why certain people end up on it and not others.
In
Is
my
it
case,
because
I'm
they're
assuming it's
not-
because I don't have full control over my evolved powers. At least that's what I would guess.
Well, I mean, I don't think he has full information because he's under the assumption that Fenn's a vampire, and that is not the
True.
case.
I wonder if he was ever on it at one point and his name was taken off.
Might have transformed from one name to another. Or Lyric's name, sorry. I was thinking of Fenn's internal counterpart.
ever changing? I pull out a little statue. He flips you off.
Is that what
Don't know why he
ever-changing
doesn't
actually
like
looks
you.
like?
You feel like you have control over that.
Well, obviously a little taller than this, but yes. I mean, I think that was the form that was presented. He's a changeling, so this is what I saw.
I'm assuming for the legends for Audrith, I'm assuming that they were not a vampire that was still coming into their power. I'm assuming if it was as notable of a assassination as it sounded, that they were comfortable with their vampire powers at that point.
Well, actually, given the legend, her castle that she had ruled over at one point is actually the one that is one of the ones that's been abandoned on the map that I showed you guys earlier. It's not the one I'm going to rebuild. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. You know what? Since we're on the topic already, what is the legend?
I don't know. You'd have to consult a book.
Fuck.
I wasn't sure if it was one you knew off the top of your head. That's fair.
No, we only knew of the name and that she's been slain, and she was the lady of a castle. The legend itself is a bit more vague at this point, considering what had happened 104 years ago.
That was 104 years ago, and the name was didn't you say the name was like just crossed off?
No, there were 4 names that were crossed off when Xavier got the list, and Audrith was one of them.
Okay.
A new name has been crossed off recently. I cannot remember which one it was. Or I don't know if I know which one it was.
We'll go with Radivars. I have nothing for him. We're good.
I guess, yeah, it doesn't matter. We haven't met any of them.
Hold on. I have to ask somebody a question. What is Ever-Changing's name?
What is Ever-Changing's name?
Yeah.
You do not get a reply. Or in fact, it's not that you don't get a reply, it's just that if Ever-Changing had a name when it was human, it has since foregone the use of that name, and so it doesn't see the need for it.
The 8-ball is inconclusive.
Indeed.
Interesting.
I do want to point out that while the presence of ever changing is still something of a part of you, it itself has dimmed in how much it is there. Like, you are the one that is fully in control of everything that ever changing was now at this point.
Okay.
You're basically, for lack of a better term, the dominant personality.
Well, I'd hope so. It is kind of my body. Can't say the same forever for Xavier.
I don't think it's as much as someone else is going to take over my body as I'm just going to have a different body. Kind of a different concept, you know. You have two people, I have two bodies. It's whatever.
Weird. So you like go into a cocoon and come out.
I don't think it's quite that dramatic, though I haven't, again, had the chance to try to take advantage of these powers, so I'm not actually sure exactly how it works. I assume it's very similar to you turning into a dragon, but, you know, a little bigger.
Well, yeah. Understandably so.
Like, if I could have done that in the fight with the World Guardian, the fight would have been a lot easier.
I mean, being a dragon in that fight was very helpful. Being inside the world dragon, even more helpful.
Wait, what?
I don't think he would have been able to eat me as easily as he ate you, unfortunately.
Well, I chose a path, and it led me to the stomach. I chose to attack and got ate for it. So, yes, I got ate by the world dragon for a period of time.
Fen, how good are your reflexes?
I feel like
Maybe?
this punch is gonna hurt a little more than Liz's punch.
You
Real fucking good.
get sidewind tackled out of nowhere unless you are really, really fast at dodging.
Would you like me to roll an acrobatics?
Sure.
Well, I'm doing great today. 20.
Sorry, the number to beat was 25.
Ooh.
You get hug tackled so viciously that like you get whiplash from it, and when you refocus, she's like, "You were eaten by the world dragon? How?" And then she just like pouts a little bit and she hugs you tighter, which almost snaps your back, and she just continues and says, "I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're alive."
It's fine.
I like the
It's
image
fine
of
as
me, her
And then
repeatedly
she lets
saying,
you
"I'm
go,
glad you're-"
realizing she can hear you now.
Yes, I was a dragon that got ate by the world dragon for a period of time, but chose after a little bit that I did no longer want to be in there and left.
That meme never gets old.
It's just so accurate, though. Finn's just stand there having a nice old time and then just gets shit rocked. I mean,
At some point,
honestly,
she might get in control of that power more.
oh god, I don't know if that's a
So-
good thing or a bad thing.
And I might regret this. Is the dragon the only thing you can transform into?
Well, previously, Oh god. Oh.
Yeah.
Previously, before you became the I'm just blanking on the words that are required to say the sentence.
I know those feels, and as I get older, it happens more, and I hate it.
It's not D&D Avatar of Tiamat. Nope. Bahamut.
Oh, are you talking? I'm the avatar of Bahamut. I think. Where's the line get crossed where I just am Bahamut now? Like, when does that?
When you, I don't know, I don't know how this shit works. I'm still figuring it out too. Prior to you doing that and me stabbing myself in my back and then becoming one with a cursed weapon that isn't cursed to me but only curses other people now. That's wild.
Crazy that.
Yes, I could only turn into dragons, but I haven't tried since. But if we're going to be going somewhere, I might need to use that power to get there. So, not gonna try today unless we're staying another day here.
Given
My-
that we spent all of our resources between myself and Liz, it might not be a bad idea to stay here before we travel.
All right,
Yeah.
well, I step outside then.
I'll come take a gander.
Oh, God.
Same.
Zeroji steps outside as well.
Yes. Well, flies. He doesn't step.
I
I mean,
mean,
I'm assuming he walks out the door, and then sure, he probably like takes a safe little, distance away from you.
immediately 30 feet in the air, as is what is his usual minimum safe distance.
As is
Which has
custom.
been surprisingly not safe so many times.
Who knew when a fucking winged person flies 30 feet into the air, they just become a beacon for ranged characters and other things that can fly?
Like crazy that.
Like, the whole
Oh my
act
God.
of one person splitting themselves from the crowd into the air when you're very clearly fighting ranged people or things that also have wings or potentially the ability to fly, you kind of make yourself a target even for those that fight just purely on instinct. Like, they'll just see something pop into the air. That's what will catch their attention over 3 people on the ground.
Ooh,
Yep.
tasty.
It's weird that he cast Hunter's Mark on himself.
Right?
Okay. There is a specific animal that I'm looking for because it's kind of cool. It is not powerful, but it's kind of cool. And I have to look at another character to find it. It's not a velociraptor. That's not it.
T-Rex.
No. This druid was only level 3. It's technically not a cat. I know this character had it. What the fuck? Okay. I think this was it. Yes. Okay. I will try and shift into a chimeric cat.
I mean, I gave you the effect, so if it's in there and you're capable of it, I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Oh, hold on. I forgot what you had given me. Nope, that's the original. Hold on. I forgot.
Probably pinned it, maybe? I don't know.
Oh,
You don't need this pin anymore because you have the +3 version. Right?
wait. Is that what I have now instead of the polymorph? Because that is those are two wildly different things.
Yeah, you currently don't know if you can become that dragon again, at least, but you do have the alter self.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, we didn't actually have to
That's
scroll
not
very
gonna-
far for that one.
No. I had that in there, but I didn't know if
The other effects of your wings, I've told you, would still work, though. And that they've just been
yeah,
absorbed into ever changing, which is why you gave me the picture of the new wings.
yeah.
That's not for you.
So the only thing that was okay, so I still have the other two things, but the polymorph is now the alter self. Is that the way you're gonna do it, or
What did I do with the +3 weapon?
because I just put in there what the sigil did, and I have that under appearance. Oddly enough, I put it again. I picked a spot and put it somewhere.
Well, the sigil itself
Uh,
said that you could only polymorph into that dragon.
Right. The sigil was only can do golden dragons with the
Yes.
polymorph. I could
Yes.
do the wings for 10 minutes and I can bamf them in and out, but
Yes.
just as long as it's not over 10 minutes, and then the teleport. So is the polymorph now the alter self?
No, you've gained the alter self on top of the polymorph.
Oh, okay. So in that case, I become a chimeric cat.
Can alter self work like that?
Well, no, that would be polymorph. Or is polymorph still only gold dragons?
Polymorph has changed. I kind of forgot to say what it will have changed to. So I don't think Chimeric Cat is one of them at the moment, though.
Okay. You mean this challenge 0?
Well,
Okay. Then what we'll do with that is I think, and like my body shivers a little bit and then nothing happens and I'm like, huh, that's weird. And then I look at Liz and now Liz is looking at herself. Because I use alter self to become Liz.
Uh-huh.
No, change back.
Fine.
How
I'll
far up
drop
was
it, I
the
guess.
Is that a once a day thing, or can you do that just all the time?
what CR dragon was it?
You said it was based off of our level.
The dragon was? What was the one that you were?
Yeah, the most recent was.
Do you just have the wings old effect, and can you copy paste it to me again?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, that'll be better.
Because you didn't specifically say at the time in this.
Mhm.
Fuck, God damn it! Every time. What the CR was, but whenever we were 20, I asked, what is it based off the CR, and you said our level. So I have the young gold dragon and which is CR10, and then the adult gold dragon just in my extras, which is CR17, which was the one that I turned into when I was 20. The young was in the fight earlier. Well, I don't know exactly how many times, and Xavier is now talking to Xavier,
So more than
but I would
once.
say it's more than once.
Safe bet. That is very weird. Are you still wearing your clothes, or do your clothes change with you?
Let me read this. It looks like I can change everything physically, including voice. But I cannot change the clothes. But, I do have disguise kits for every single one of you.
I'm assuming that part wasn't out loud.
No. No. So you would see me as you would see you wearing my clothes.
Interesting, very interesting.
Makes one wonder how baggy your clothes are, because with how muscular
Yeah.
Xavier probably is at this point.
Just fucking shred my clothes.
It's all in the belt, don't worry.
Basically, since I can do literally everything, I would not shred my own clothes. I would get as bulgy as I could without spreading my own clothes.
I was asleep for 3 years, so I don't know how well my muscles retain themselves unless they just did naturally or magically.
Trisha would go in there, and your unconscious body is just doing reps.
There was no attrition on any of you. You all kept all of your I guess mass is mass. You all kept your mass as it was.
Was that naturally like that, or was that like assisted?
Seemed to be natural. We just made sure that you were fed, but even then you didn't seem to need to eat.
Huh.
Voodoo
Strange.
magic shit.
Was there some kind of like magic cast on us before you received us that you were aware of?
No.
Was that checked, or was it just like you accepted the fact that we were there now? Or there then? Then?
There then now though then.
For where
Yep.
art thou with Romeo?
Who, when, where, why, how?
But yeah, was that something you guys checked, or is it not something you thought about?
I mean, I didn't check it, but I wasn't aware that I needed to check that.
Just curiosity.
Can't transform into a dragon anymore, but now you can transform into any one of us.
Well,
Or
I
can you
don't.
still transform into a dragon?
Well, I tried to transform into something, and it didn't work. But it wasn't a dragon.
I think Zeroji's tried this before, so Zeroji speaks up, and he goes, "I could probably draw the person you saw if you could explain them to me. That visited with
Oh,
the Lord."
Oh
And she
God,
goes,
yeah.
"Oh, I could do that."
Oh yeah, that's something that can happen. We go. You guys do that while Fen and I test out our dragons if we can find an open space around the area.
How to train your dragon? I mean, how to shape your? I mean, how to shift? I mean, how to?
Yes.
How to dragon?
How to dragon, exactly. You know what? While we're doing it, it's like a great way to test to see if I can actually help transport us to places.
Well, In the past, I was only able to do one of the things.
Yeah, so that's why if I go first, I can take us somewhere that's relatively uninhabited in the area that will not cause a lot of problems if we were to just transform into dragons. And then you can bring us back.
Man, how powerful am I making you guys?
Now, hold on. Your math here is still a little off.
How
If
so?
we can only do each. No. I can only do one of the things.
Oh, you can only
once a
alter
day.
yourself or dragon?
Well, the alter
Alter
self
self
is
is
something different.
Oh, you can only
The
transform into a dragon and then fly at one of those once.
yeah, so it was either I could have wings as myself and have them for 10 minutes. I could teleport us, or I could turn into a dragon. One of those three things a day.
Am I aware of any ability within myself to use wings to transport us places since it was in the same realm of the wings that he was using?
You think about it, given his explanation of it, and if you think about a particular area, you feel lighter on your feet almost instantly, but you control it enough to not do it.
Can I get a sense of like how much it would exhaust me if I were to do it the one time?
You're not sure on that part. You're
I mean-
you're basically in a training montage right now, finding your limits, maybe increasing them, things like that.
All right, we'll start off
we
with something basic. I'll either see you guys in 5 minutes or about half an hour. And then I'm gonna, since we're already outside, right? Were we at the bar?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to teleport
You're
to our.
outside. You were at an estate. You were not at
Yeah,
the
we're at the
archer
Oh, at the
site.
estate.
estate. Well, I'll teleport myself.
Do you want me to come with?
I'm not going very far.
Yeah, but if
You know what? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. You can just bring me back if I can't do it again.
yeah,
Uh,
I think
Let's
I'll
check out-
stay here.
sounds good.
training montage, go.
Where do I want to take us? What about this crossroad? Have we been there?
Go where now?
This crossroad here outside of Draywin. I don't know if we've actually been there.
I'm pretty sure we have. Wasn't there like a big market there?
Uh,
I remember.
I've
I remember
been
there's.
past it.
I've actually decided I want to tease Zeroji. I'm gonna go to the river where we were mugged.
Well, that part you definitely know. But are you bringing Zeroji with? Because he's currently not.
No. Zeroji doesn't get to go this time. I'm just
Okay.
taking Fen. Because Zeroji's busy drawing the old man, the old young man.
You know, I like how I made the comment about splitting the party by half a continent, and here we are.
Yeah, the idea is that we're gonna come back. I don't expect the muggers to still be at this river.
If they are, they won't be for long. Even though I wasn't
I'm not
part of the
planning on-
mugging.
I'm not planning on immediately nuking them. And I hope that you're not going to either.
Fen
We're
wasn't even
testing
a
our
part of the
limits,
group
aren't
when the muggers was there.
We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll teleport the two of us over there. Preferably
Alright.
without flying through any nearby buildings.
You put your hand on Fen's shoulder, and you focus on it a bit more. The weightlessness immediately returns, and
Up and away.
a couple of shimmering platinum wings begin to emerge from your back, and their wingspan is fucking massive. And you're beginning to float into the air, and your wings are in that midst of like in the upward portion of their flap before they do that downward motion that you know will propel you.
Mm-hmm.
And the moment that downward motion happens, you are now on that same bridge where you were mugged at the beginning of your adventure.
I think the description you used was massive. And then massive wings.
Massive.
Schmashive. And you alight at the apex middle of the bridge, so to speak, rather lightly. And Fen, you see these two immediately. There are two people on one side of the bridge facing south, and you notice that they're set up as if an ambush.
I'm assuming I don't see them, but I would like to look down at the river to see if the quote unquote trap that was there whenever we got mugged was still there. I believe it was a cart that had fallen into the river that we were looking at and investigating with a shiny glint.
You do, in fact, see not a cart there, but you do see a different assorted thing there. You actually see a body that's like near the shore of the river with what seems to be some red, like a red pool that's kind of like dripping into the river. That like it looks like it is, and then on closer inspection, you figure out that that is either dried blood or paint. You can't tell from this distance. The color of it does look like it's dried blood, though.
I'm gonna hop down there and take a look at that.
Oh man. I'm just gonna have fun with this. Oh my goodness, a body!
I'm already halfway down going to investigate it.
So it is about. It is a fair fall, but you don't even need to roll on athletics. Your strength alone is just like your passive strength is. You got this. Don't even need a superhero landing it. You just knees could be locked out and everything. You're
Fucking
good. You're fine.
straight leg fucking drop. Just
Yep.
keep
The problem
walking.
is that I just have to do a straight medicine check because I have no spell slots left.
You have land hands.
I used all of them to heal people.
Yeah, you
I used
did.
everything I had to heal people. Unless I didn't have to. I used everything I could.
As you get closer to the body, give me a perception check.
This is gonna go great. 11.
You can tell actually now that you are getting within about 10 feet of the body that the body is still breathing. It's either really bad deception or just the person's terrible at faking it, but you see the rhythmic breathing of a very much so alive person.
Alive and not injured, I assume.
Doesn't look injured from what you can tell. The breathing is normal. There's no sporadicness to it. And you're about 10 feet away and you stop moving. Fen, it was a bit further away, so you didn't see the other side of the bridge offhand. But when you shouted out, two people from the side of the bridge that you could see did indeed pop out, and another person from the other side popped out. And they're going to surround you now, Fen, and you just hear, "Oi, give us your money."
Oh please, but I don't have any weapons.
Downstairs, that's what I'm going to refer to it as now. I'm just going to kneel and just say, huh, the mushroom forest wasn't enough for you guys, was it?
Wait, who's this? He says before he catches himself, and then he actually, for some stupid reason, continues to try to play dead.
Yeah, not the brightest bunch. And I'm going to start walking back up to the bridge. Am I aware that they're surrounding Fen right now?
You see it as the two of them from one side got up there. You can't really see the other side right now. You don't have an angle on it.
If I could just shout, that's a bad idea to them, I'll do that as I'm walking back up. I'll also give a quick, please, for the love of God, make it non-lethal. Don't kill them.
Um, No promises.
You can hurt them, don't kill them.
Hey, apparently we figured this out. As long as it's a physical and not magical attack, you can declare non-lethal even from range, and it'll be fine. Apparently,
Is that raw or something?
that is raw.
That's funny.
Oh boy.
Like you can even sneak attack it for some goddamn reason. Now, don't go reaching for any weapons. Just put down your coin purse and put yourself on your knees, and we'll go about our business after taking your coin purse.
How close are they?
The two that were closer to you are within about 30 feet now. The one on the other side is still about 50 feet away.
I'm trying to imagine how many fireballs Zoji could have popped off by now. if he was
Also,
scared.
Oh.
Xavier himself is noticing that the guy behind him has given up on playing dead and is now trying to stalk behind Xavier.
I mean, I'll let it happen until I get back up on the bridge. Until he tries to attack me.
Okay, where's my notes here?
All right. There won't necessarily be a surprise attack, so let me know when you are going to attack, and I'll just let you know how close they get before you do so. And then we'll roll initiatives, I guess.
I can let him get into melee. I don't mind. I'll drop a coin purse, somebody's coin purse, that has like 7 gold in it.
Didn't you steal Lurie's coin purse or something?
I've stolen so much, I can't keep track.
I know Lurie stole something from you, and that's kind of one of the reasons why you're pissed at her.
I did steal something from her. Don't remember what though. But yeah, I'll drop a coin purse with like 7 gold and just kind of stand there within 5 feet of it.
Oh, no, on your knees.
I can't. My knees, they hurt so badly. I was in an accident and I took an arrow to one.
Give me a deception check.
Okay. 20. Dirty.
All right, just back up to the wall of the wall of bridge. Back up to the wall.
I'll kind of waddle back just a little bit.
So now they're all equidistant from you now. Even the one that was behind you, they're all about 15 feet away. And one of them takes the rest of the approach to you. Well, to the gold bag, which is now 5 feet away from you. And he leans over to pick it up. Trying to keep a wary eye on you at the same time.
Do I have to move to stab him?
Yes.
I'll just shoot him then. Because they're all within 15 foot of each other, correct?
No, when I say they're equidistant from you, actually the one in the center would be. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I see what you're going for now.
Yep.
The one in the center is from where he's picking it up. Yeah, I guess he would be in that square specifically to then be equidistant from the other two as well. So yeah.
Non-lethally,
Thank you.
with the biggest air quotes, I'll burn my bonus action to give myself advantage as a bow and arrow fully drawn appears out of me.
All right. Just
And
before
I
this
shoot
does
him.
happen, Give me initiative.
I'm sorry.
Damn good thing you could roll the other one.
That's just so bad compared to the one I rolled earlier. Fuck.
I love that Xavier rolled a high as hell too, and he's just like, nope, still slower.
Why is it not? Why is it not doing the thing on my initiative rolls? Oh, it's probably because I'm on my laptop. Where
Either way,
was
you
that
rolled higher
setting?
than all 4 of the others.
Okay.
Even Xavier did, sadly.
I'm just gonna do this. Did I update these? No, I haven't updated those. Why would I update anything? Does a 31 hit?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh boy. Okay, so that's... And I'm gonna activate ever-changing ability.
Mm-hmm.
And I triple the sneak attack die.
Mm-hmm.
Do what?
Yeah. So
Bro, I
that's...
asked for one thing.
I specified non-lethally. Hostiles. Oh no, it's just triple. There's no splitting it. They all just take triple?
Yep, at that level, it just tripled itself.
Okay. But the one guy takes the arrow damage, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that guy would take 12 plus the 74, and the others would just take the 74.
So,
What am I seeing right now?
you are seeing an arrow that so unerringly aims for just like a lethal spot on the smugger. We'll say
It's just
what is
the tip
one?
blunt, I guess.
No. It's definitely something that puts him out of the fight. It's like you hit a spot on him that you know will bleed to death, so to speak, but you don't sever it entirely. You sever it enough to put them out of the fight. And then when you hit that spot on the middle mugger, you see like an almost intangible tendril that instantaneously slices from both ends of the arrow over to the other two and hits them in the same exact spot, severing the same exact artery. And all 3 of them are walking towards you. Now, like, they drew their weapons when they saw your bow, and they started walking towards you, and then they all collapsed down. The 4th one behind Xavier goes, what the fuck?
Do the 3 of them that
Bad
got knocked
mugger.
down look dead?
They're still breathing. Blood is not quickly pooling, but they do no longer have use of one of their legs at the moment. Each.
Huh.
They're not dead.
They took an arrow to the
That
knee.
is the bar that I set for you, and I'm happy you met that.
It was more so
I'll-
like they took an arrow to their thigh, and that like one vein that is very much so you will bleed out from that
Carotid
vein.
artery.
Yeah.
as I'm walking towards them to make sure they're not going to die before we leave, I'll just tell the last guy, it's like, if you want to run, now would be the best time to do it.
Actually, you might want to run and get help. They could die quickly.
I'm going to try to stabilize them, but yes, getting help would be preferred.
They all lose consciousness. You do stabilize them pretty easily. It's just a tourniquet to stem the bleeding. As I said, it was not a full-on sever. It was just a deep enough nick that it would make them lose enough blood to pass out quickly.
Ugh. Do you got like just something I can make a note on real quick for these guys?
Oh yeah, here. I pull out just a piece of paper.
Do I
Some-
have something to write with, or do you have something for that as well?
Looks at their blood on the floor.
Not gonna write it in their own blood. That seems aggressive.
Oh, actually, I think I specifically, yeah, I've got a case and ink and quill. Yeah, so a scroll case / map case and ink and quill. So I would give you the supplies necessary.
I'm just gonna make a note that generally says, "Hey, if you guys don't want to die, my brother's gonna be way less kind if you get caught by him. I would highly recommend not mugging people anymore. I'll just leave it next to one of their bodies, and then I'll try to teleport Fen and I back if I can take advantage of that power again."
Now, real quick, while that note's being wrote, is the last guy running?
He's not really sure what to do because, and this is something you can see on his face. You actually see that he's got like genuine worry on his face for his buddies, but he's also got fear of you, and so he's backing up, but he's still looking towards his buddies.
I'll draw an arrow at him.
He
I
turns
don't
and
think-
runs
I don't
immediately.
think it's necessary, Fen. Fen, it's okay.
Oh no, this is just for the fun of it.
Yeah, but you made your point. You made your point.
We told him to go. He wasn't going. Now he is.
Anyway, I will go ahead and just my hand on Fen's shoulder again, and we'll give this another shot.
All right. You do much the same. You feel the same lightness, and you aim for basically the same spot you were in Draywin, and the wings sprout out. They do their flap, and Liz, a big whoosh of air almost pushes you backwards a little bit as you catch your ground as Fen and Xavier return.
All right, so I can do it twice.
Oh, that was fun. It is good to know that you can do it at least twice. The question
I'm
is
not gonna try to push my limits until we have to, or until I have a little bit more free time.
So did turn into dragons or something?
No, we teleported there, teleported back, all via Xavier.
Yeah, I was testing to see how often I can travel myself. So it
Oh,
was just me both ways, which is a nice thing to know.
no, I thought you
I've
were
not
seeing if
tested.
you were able to turn into dragons or what you could turn into.
Just for the sake of not being sure if we're gonna be able to come back, I just was doing the teleporting right now.
Actually, why didn't you try to turn into a dragon there while we were there? Because I could have brought us back.
Oh, my ability to transform into a dragon is unrelated, I believe.
Oh,
You know why I didn't do that. They don't need that. They already had a bad time.
You
I
teleported
only
where
shot
somebody
one
else
of
was?
them.
What?
Say that again, Liz.
Where did you teleport and what happened?
Oh, you know, just a bridge near Tawdry Rough.
Is that the one where that
Do
cart
better
was?
with the.
Yeah.
They
Were
could do
those-
better than the paint. Like, come on, just get
Fun
some
fact-
animal blood. It looks better.
Fun fact, still mugging.
Probably not anymore though.
I hope not. Definitely not as well.
Did you kill them?
No, I
They-
was specifically asked not to kill them.
I did ask him not to kill them, though they did attack Fen first, so.
They started it.
They are still alive, I made sure of that. I will not be taking Zeroji there, nor telling him about this.
Zeroji walks out. Says, "Tell me."
Hey
about
guys, I did that painting. There you go. That's what Faolu looks like. Or well, that's giving it away.
Oh.
But that's who he looks like.
Oh.
To be fair, you all already know what Faolu looks like.
Yeah, that's just a funny
Funny mishap.
Yeah.
This
For
is
the
what
joke,
Paolu
for the
looks like.
bit.
Fuck.
I fucked up the bit, guys.
It happened.
But we would have recognized him because we've seen him, yeah. Okay, interesting. That might have a part to play in why we also didn't become basically corpses while we were under.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's got something to do with it.
Possibly.
They have to know that we're awake now.
I mean, those bandits
Unless something happened to them in the past 3 years.
do. Oh, it's right.
Something.
You
could
would
have.
think so.
I know that there was some conversation about how they can't really exist with their powers at the same time that the gods exist in this world. I just don't know if I'm the only one now, or if there are others that have also returned.
I still want to know if I can turn into a dragon.
Thought that was why you guys went away.
Yeah, I
was
got a
why
little
I decided.
distracted while we were there.
Yeah, we were distracted by the muggers. That was a thing. Is there like
I don't have
around these giant mansion-esque build, like not quite mansion-esque buildings? Is there some open space where he could turn into a dragon to see if he still can?
There's definitely large enough grounds around the area. Yeah.
I'll
You
do
might
it.
not go unseen doing it if that's what one of your goals is, though.
I'll leave that up to Fen.
How's the stealth check work on that?
And then we also have the astral plane that Zeroji was planning on taking us to for me to practice my powers.
Yeah, I don't want to go there for that though. I'm not worried about killing anybody with the power that I have, as I've used it several times. Although it's a little bit different now.
I mean, it also gives you the ability to practice it without being seen.
Oh yeah, good point.
Dang it. Oh, that's even worse. I hate that.
Okay.
I went to swallow my medicine, and my tongue decided to stick the pill to the roof of my mouth, and it's one of those powder
Dissolve.
pills. So it
Oh,
dissolved a little bit.
Oh.
Ah, yeah, it's
Ugh.
nasty. Trying to drink that away. That's not working too well.
That's a taste that doesn't want to go away.
No,
That's the bad taste.
yeah.
it's exceptionally bad today too.
So would Zeroji be able to take us to the astral plane like now to see if we could play with it?
I don't know what his spells are. Does he just have plane shift now?
I don't know either. I think his words were, "I'm ready to go," but they started the auction, whatever that means.
D&D Beyond. Collections, campaigns. Valehelm V3.
Does have plane shift prepared.
Yeah.
What
And
level
sure.
spell is plane shift?
7.
So he can do it once.
Yeah, no.
You'll be there until a long rest happens. Actually, wait, is it a ritual?
No.
No.
Though I don't know if his eye gives him a chance to get that 7th level spell slot back or not.
I think I would just go for
And then
a
we can
stroll.
short rest. We can short rest while we're there and just get that 7th level spell slot back. All right, never mind. We cannot do that.
I'm how far of a nice little jaunt is it just to the woods just outside across that little bridge?
Considering how big the city is, with how large the bridge actually is too, it'll be about a half a day.
Oh, fuck it, I'm just gonna do it in the courtyard.
And we could do it tomorrow.
Ah, the fucking taste still isn't gone.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I will test things out tomorrow when we go to see Lord Daddy. Because then I could be a dragon talking to a dragon. I don't know if that's insulting or not.
What point in the day are we at the moment?
Probably evening. Since we
It's
had dinner.
definitely approaching evening. Yes. Actually, no, I think it was evening last you guys did things.
You know, I mean, we had dinner and then we did all this shit.
Then yeah, it's evening. It's getting late into the night evening.
I think I could go for some sleep. It's been a day.
Oh man. How to just absolutely overkill 3 people, but let them live.
Barely.
I mean, damage wise, I'm assuming they were dead like 6 times over.
I'm not sure it's 6, but they were definitely dead.
Maybe 5.
But it's been 4 years, maybe they've gotten a little stronger and have at least like 40 health, which is what they would need to live.
Yeah. Well, they need more than that because the other guy took the arrow damage too.
He would need a little more. Maybe he was
Yeah.
maybe he was Black Pete and was in
Yeah,
charge.
he was the boss. Yeah, I'm fine with calling it a night and taking that long rest.
Agreed. In separate mansions again, of course.
Well, I only need 4 hours, so I got things to do.
The other 4 hours is what I don't want to be in your mansion for.
Agreed.
When the mansion's a rockin', please help my pelvis.
Just alter yourself into a more sturdy pelvis, bro.
At this point, that's what's going on. I'm using ever changing to reinforce my pelvis. All right, Alright, so who should I fuck with in the middle of the night? That's the real question.
Like the sounds of it.
I got 3 more alter selves. I think if anything, is there a training grounds?
Making me not necessarily wish I kept something in the city, but a first iteration of the city actually had a fucking coliseum in it. And I'm like, why would Draywin have a coliseum in it? And I ousted that.
Well, not necessarily for that. I was actually going to take Trishla to the training grounds.
Well, what I mean is that the coliseum would have been the training ground.
Oh, yeah, good point.
There are areas that could be set aside for or used for training, even within just the estate that you're at. Like all of the estates are large enough to have their own grounds as well. And while the estates are set up more for nobles than soldiers, it is not hard to get supplies for soldiers if that was needed. But for what you need it for, there's most likely, considering you can supply your own weapons or anything like that, there's definitely enough room in one of the, not necessarily a garden, but just like one of the more park-esque areas of your estate that has enough room for what you want.
Okay. Going to train with her a little bit and try and use it as an outlet for her vampire angst. I don't know what else to call it.
Oh, you're what's that saying go? How's that saying go when you like mess with the beehive or whatnot? The
Oh,
hornet's nest? The hornet's nest?
the hornet's nest. I've messed with beehives several times.
I totally mean the hornet's nest in this case.
Yep.
So, I guess more specifically, what are you trying to do to help her rein in this the darkness, so to speak?
Try and give her kind of an outlet so um obviously having someone to spar with like is helpful in that regard, but like not necessarily like get out frustration because it's not like an anger thing or anything like that, but like just use it as an outlet to try and quell it and have her focus on what's going on and try and not necessarily push it away, but to not let it overtake her. Like even to some degree in it, like utilize it to get the one up, you know, because it's not something that in that regard you don't want to suppress it because that just makes shit so much worse in the long run. So to gain control over it.
Hmm.
Definitely not something that, you know, is going to happen overnight, but we could do training sessions when we're together.
So this
And
first
if
night, as a sort of training session, you actually admit that Drewa has told you about why she wants to do what she's doing. And so as you two talk about it, she sort of slumps and pouts again. But you can see that she's distancing herself from you a little bit, particularly because it is at night. It is usually a vampire's time of hunt type of deal. So you can actually see in her eyes that she has a bit more of a feral look to her. But you do spend the night talking about these issues and basically just trying to create a path outside of just she needs to build a castle type of thing to you're coming up with a plan and it's in the works, but throughout the night you don't manage to get very far with it as it's something she's not fully sure on how to contain herself as it is, which obviously this is what you're trying to help her with, but it's not something that, as you have said as well, it's not something she can easily contain or deal with over the course of one or even many nights. She does mention at some point that like she can go based off of like past examples of vampires that have overcome their desires, and that Lurik being one of them. However, in most cases when vampires do overcome their desires, she informs you that it is usually because they can distance themselves from the things they love or crave, so that they don't turn that love into obsession.
Mm. Well, bye. I'm doing this for you. Oh man. Yeah, this is gonna be fun to deal with.
I think I've already copy pasted this to you once, but you get the full deal of it again anyways now that you've talked about it with her, as like just having insight into it.
It's a salty gift.
So pretty much what you are concluding from this is that you are her fixation right now.
Yeah. Well, we're leaving tomorrow in the morning. I mean, that's the worst part. Is like the best thing for me to do is get the fuck out of here.
That's why she was pouting about it a little bit, because as you were talking throughout the night and basically kind of coming to that conclusion, why she didn't tell you and why she wanted to go fuck off to go build a castle basically was so that she could kind of take the brunt of the hit without actually taking the hit. But now you kind of confronted her about it, so now she's more emotional and also still very much so like contesting with herself now over the issue.
Ah, lovely. I shot myself in the foot by attempting to help.
Not necessarily. Like she understands where you're coming from, but also as a vampire, she understands where you're coming from.
I'm part vampire too.
Maybe some
Part of
deep
you is
part, right?
vampire.
Some part in there, I guess. I don't know. Well, just gonna go ahead and check that long rest off.
Man, it's not often you can make Reaper feel kind of like shit during a game.
Damn.
Unintended, I promise.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just one of those like, I know that there's the issue and I want to help, and it's like, Oh, I'm the problem. All right. Well, I'll just goddamn leave then. And try to talk to a dragon as a dragon without offending the dragon. It'd be great.
You do still have probably, we'll say, like a half hour left of your own free time before everyone else wakes up for their full rest. Unless you don't want that half hour left and we know what it's doing, and we'll fade to black there and everyone wakes up.
Are Zeroji and Xavier sleeping in the same room?
No, but they're in the same estate. I will say that if you're doing anything to Zeroji while Kit is not here, I will probably not have it happen tonight.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because Xavier was going to slap Zeroji in his sleep.
Damn, you went out for that one, V.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something, and
Well, Willem Dafoe memes are always a good one to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, since he's not here, I can't really do it. I'll save that for another night.
thought he said he was just going to be late, not that he wasn't
Yeah,
showing up at all.
I think something came. He's on his way back to his house right now.
Would we like
Yeah,
to pause the
'cause
game until he gets back?
I mean, I'm cool with whatever. I don't know exactly how far away he is from his house.
I do believe we're reaching a point where,
we do kind of need him here at this point.
especially since
If we
you
go-
guys are going to want to catch him up on things.
Yeah, one, we still need to have that conversation that involves him from earlier. And just popped on his phone.
I do like how Kit, every time he tries to leave control of his character to you guys, he's like, "Oh yeah, just make the decisions for me between these two guys and what they would do," and it just there's no way that would feasibly work without specific Kit input.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in an RP sense, okay, but that
He's really bad at giving ETAs. Like it's a fucking downside of his character. He just cannot give an ETA. The fuck does chi up mean?
I don't. Are you throwing a cat? Okay, so
Oh.
15 minutes.
Reaper, you might not know about this. I think you actually know about this. Chi has passed away.
I thought it was the other way around.
Chi
Did I have
passed
that
away.
backwards?
Yuna's still good and live and very derpy and loving life.
Yeah, I had it the other way around. I thought Una had passed.
Nope. Yuna's living to spite me. I know she is.
I'm gonna be the most expensive fucking cat you've ever owned.
Exactly.
Watch me.
Also,
Well, I
finally found out why she was pissing all over the floor all the time. It was literally because she wanted a second litter box.
Oh, one's not enough. She needs two.
Exactly. Now she only shits in one and she pisses in the other. It's so weird.
That. What?
Exactly.
they
Fuck?
can't mix.
That is the wildest thing. Huh. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, yeah. So we can take a little bit of break, and the Roji will be back in like 15. Or Saber. Nope. Kit will be
Kit?
back in like 15. The player will be here. God damn it.
That's even there on his name. It's like part of. It's like the main part of his name in the message.
That is part of the problem. Is I was looking at Zeroji, and so it was like Zeroji's gonna be back. Nope, that's not.
And Kit's stubborn
that's the
enough that if I
character.
change it to opposite, like if I put Kit in big letters and parentheses or put Zeroji in small letters, he'll change it back. Like as soon as he notices it, it will change back. So there's no point in me changing it because he's more stubborn than I am. I don't care that much.
I mean, you can just call him Zeroji, and that's fine.
I'm still happy you finally found out what the hit list was for.
Oh my god, I can't believe that Aurora is a vampire.
The thing that
She's
confused
gotta
me
be
the most
fucking strong as hell.
was me being on it. I was like, that is so fucking out of character for like, you fucked up stealing stuff. No, I don't do that. Like, how did I end up in this goddamn hit list? And it's like, oh, they're all vampires. Okay, but again, why am I on this fucking hit list?
Oh, that makes more sense than me getting caught stealing.
Yeah, wildly enough, the turn of events makes more sense than me getting busted.
All right, and also off to the side of the page, I need a who are you?
Yeah,
Two of them, actually.
in two different handwritings.
All right, we have Ariel for one.
Oh, God. Wingdings for the other.
Wingdings. Oh god.
Comic Sans.
Fucking throwing that one back. Steal this here computer.
I'm
Nothing.
waiting. It should be.
We'll make this one
interesting to hear,
Pacifico.
should be interesting to see Kit's reaction to the news about that list.
Yeah, I've got no idea what he's gonna do. It could, in his eyes, make her hotter.
There you go. That's just in there on the hit list.
I'll check that in the morning to see if any more writing has shown up on it.
Liz is just sort of along for the ride at the moment, isn't she?
I mean, all the crazy shit's happening to the other three.
To be fair, crazy shit's happened to you too.
True.
You're just very passive at the moment, not actively chasing anything that would give you more crazy shit yourself.
True.
Whereas the rest of us are actively diving into our crazy shit as much as possible.
Well, her crazy shit hasn't gotten as crazy as your guys' stuff yet.
It's because you haven't died again.
I'm legally not a vampire. I mean, we could try and kill you. That's
No.
Get our spell slots back first. Wait a minute, think about it.
I mean, it worked for Xavier. It's got to work for Liz.
I didn't die. I've been unconscious.
Well, okay, right. We're going to try an unconscious Liz.
No, I didn't say that. To be clear.
But we could.
Not?
Maybe Oh, I got it. We just need to throw Liz in a forge. And she'll come out more powerful. That's how artificers work, right?
Well, nobody knows how artificers work. They basically don't exist.
Liz, how do artificers work? Make it up on the spot. Go.
Make things.
That sounds pretty accurate, actually.
It's pretty simple. Yeah, that works. It tracks.
I think they only really exist in Mythnadu from what Mergnadesh said. And hearing that, I really should have actually had Liz ask if he knew her father. That probably would have been a good question to ask. I didn't think of it until today.
You can, before we leave, you can check to see if he's still around.
Speaking of Liz,
Uh-oh.
so you basically like Iron Man out your armor, right?
Yeah, pretty much, I think, at this point.
So you're technically always pretty much wearing it, except for the one time where you had to like even take off whatever it was to get into the meeting.
Mhm.
So and this is not just pulled out of my ass right now immediately just because I said you haven't had anything happen to you in a bit and I'm just trying to, fill time until Zoroji gets back. It is actually serious stuff that I totally had planned for you. So don't read into it like I just made this shit up on the spot.
Boss.
Okay?
Even if you just made it up on the spot.
So don't read into it like I did that. I didn't do that.
He is specifically telling you that he's not doing that.
So you have an attachment with your armor right now. You're already like not necessarily melded with it because that's just weird, but like you have your own connection with your armor, much like the other three have also had connections with their artifacts. And during the night when you actually fell asleep, you began to dream. And during this dream, you're pretty much floating out of the estate and you're being pulled in a direction. And that direction, you recognize it pretty immediately. You're getting pulled towards somewhere that is not itself Mythnadun, but is near Mythnadun. And what you realize about where it's pulling you is that it is pulling you towards what is a now dormant volcano. And you float around it a little bit. You know there's some significance there, and you know your armor's pointing you to it, but then you wake up.
Okay, so like I was saying, we throw Liz in a forge.
Throw Liz into the volcano.
Yes, Liz wants to go to Mythnadun now.
Well, we've got
Are we doing
at
a four
least
party?
four.
Are we doing a 4-player split party?
No.
No, God, no.
No, God.
I mean, Liz
No.
doesn't have a way to fast travel herself.
Yeah, you can
We do a
start.
4-player
You know what?
split.
Yeah, you can start traveling towards Mythnadun. We'll go to Arkenton, and by the time you get out of Draywin, we can meet you there.
Dude, we could do a 4-player split, do all kinds of shenanigans, and beat Liz there.
Well, Zeroji would have to come with me, but
Roji's got teleport.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but he doesn't want to waste his spell slots on that if he doesn't have to.
That's fair.
Excuse me. You're excused.
To be fair, though,
fair.
everyone's awakenings has also been pretty much pulled out of my for ideas. Just randomly, hey, I finally struck on the idea for this person. Let's do it. Yeah, I finally struck on the idea for this person. Let's do it. And then I write down an ever-growing list of notes that I don't catch all of.
Because it's a lot.
It's a hell of a lot. Like, I'm scrolling through my notes. There's 41 pages of notes.
What the fuck?
I mean, let's be real here, Reaper, because Matt Mercer's written entire books at this point of just what is basically notes of his world.
I mean, you're not wrong, but god damn, Bobby.
I've got a lot of spaces and stuff in mine, and so mine's gotten up to 40 pages.
My god.
But that's
I
basically
wanna-
everything's double spaced.
I will say that I do even have so Helia, the scroll keeper that was in Larwell that you guys went to and shopped from a couple times, and Kit really wanted one of the scrolls.
Yeah.
Which I think was specifically time stop.
Was that whenever I accidentally broke an entire wall of glass?
I don't recall. I did not write that as a part of the
I
notes, I guess.
think it was.
But the shop is named Helia's Extraordinary Scrolls. Shopkeeper is a young female half elf named Helia. She only yeah, that's right. She only accepts payment in platinum coins. That was that shopkeeper. I will say the rogue contacts that I gave Reaper earlier, though, he's got a much shorter version than what I have of that now. And now we're all quiet. Oh yeah, Desmoom. I need to actually download that. Where do I want to download that to?
Just gotten up in order to fill my drink. Since everybody has started to get quiet.
Yeah, I'm playing Slay the Spire at the moment.
C drive. How much space you got left? A lot. D or E drive. How much space you got left? Not as much, but definitely more than you used to have. And the D drive, 2.5 terabytes.
Out.
The D drive's also still a hard drive and not a solid state. Which is probably fine for Desmoom. I'd have to imagine it would be.
With the recent desktop upgrades, I upgraded from a 500 gig SSD to 1 terabyte. It's nice having the extra space.
We'll probably do that at some point. Hey!
There
Hello,
he
stranger.
is.
Hello.
Everyone scare Kit.
Ah,
I didn't think this was gonna run this late.
Totally ran that late. You dick.
So yeah, if your wife came up to you and said, "Hey, do you want to go to a duck dinner with the in-laws?" What do you assume that means?
A
A
duck
duck
dinner?
dinner?
A duck dinner.
I'm
Like
assuming
you're eating
duck.
the bird duck.
That was my assumption as well. And you wouldn't feel like you have to dig deeper than that, correct? Right?
Okay.
Okay. As it fucking turns out, it was a Ducks Unlimited banquet, which does not mean unlimited duck buffet. It means it's a conservation charity for like ducks and stuff, and they are not in fact serving duck.
Like the opposite. Charity for ducks.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Did your wife laugh at you when you told her of this?
Oh yeah. No. And she said it was my own fault for not asking for more details.
I disagree, but that's me.
In this case, Kit, it is not often I agree with you, but this is the rare circumstance where I would.
It's like, I hope you learned your lesson about asking for more details. I'm like, no! This seemed very cut and dry. A duck dinner with your in-laws. I
So
figured we'd go.
I have a
Go-
question because
Uh-huh.
this is a bit of a, I guess, kind of a paradox with this. Because you did not eat duck there, did you eat some other form of meat there?
Oh yeah, pork.
Still gonna say that kind of defeats the purpose of any banquet to conserve an animal species. And I'm not even that kind of vegan.
Oh yeah, but you see, pigs aren't endangered.
Well, no, they're not. They're just tortured because they're bred into captivity and bred into basically being tortured until death.
Bread until they're bread and delicious.
But that's what I mean. Like, you just traded one thing for another is basically what I'm getting at. I would not have been welcome at that conservationist meeting.
But yeah, I felt betrayed. I'm gonna talk about it at D&D tomorrow.
You ready to feel even more betrayed today?
So I'm not
So,
dead, which is cool.
Well, let's start with the list because we've learned about that. A couple names have shown up on it since we've fallen asleep, and that is Trishula and Beniaro. Trishula being Fenn's interest at the moment.
Yeah.
It's a hit list for vampires. We are under the assumption that a vampire hunter is making this list.
Hang on.
And as
There's
and-
2 names on there that are I have questions. Wait, hang on. 3.
Well, we found out, starting with the top, Fen is not actually a vampire. Ever-changing used to be a vampire, and I think as soon as he got ever-changing, his name showed up on the list. Is what
Okay.
Miser had said.
Yeah. So
Beniaro,
Ever-changing
like we
was
can just
one.
assume that we're not surprised by that, right? That makes sense.
Sure.
I don't have answers for Arier.
Yeah, that's
That one, I wasn't sure how to. I don't know how to react to that.
Oh man.
but that does answer some questions we had before. Like, how did she paint the walls red?
Why does she have an inordinate amount of torture tools in her training facility?
Well, that was for her kink. We don't
Uh-huh.
kink shame that, and we don't question that.
You think it was for her kink? That's interesting.
Oh, I don't think. I know. Who do you think used them before for her?
Roji doesn't kink shame because he shares the same kink.
Oh, no, he doesn't share the same kink, but he's happy to do it for her. He's more of a
She is
sadist
the
than a
kink.
masochist. Believe it or not.
What he may not realize is that he might be Arier's thrall.
If the next words out of his mouth about that are not hot, I would be very surprised.
You never enthrall yourself to crazy. You just allow it to creep into your life.
Hit my elbow on the desk. So Zeroji, you have anything else to say about that list?
There's a problem for future us.
Oh, also, the "Who are you" is on the list that Miser posted recently. We can, since the list is updating while it's in my pocket, we can write on it and communicate with whoever holds the list.
Speaking
Neat.
of lists, Zeroji is now further down on my list.
Important detail.
Also good. Wait, what did I do this time to move myself further down?
Oh, there's just a vampire hunter at the top of the list.
You didn't
now.
do anything. Someone else got put above you.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's cool. I'm down with that, as the kids say.
There was a talk that I think they wanted to have, but I think your replies so far have referenced that there doesn't really need to be a talk there.
One thing we did want to know, like we were concerned about with this list, given that we can communicate with the person who holds the other half of this list, apparently, and also he can communicate with us. We assume he's going to be able to, if he has the resources for it, use some kind of magic to locate the list that we have, given that he has a copy of the list.
Mm-hmm.
We were curious if there was any way to, do it back.
To scry him in return.
Scry or locate him. Doesn't necessarily have to be a scry, a tracker of sorts.
Let me check my spells to see if it does that.
Scrying?
Well, because you need to know certain things or have certain things. Like, we would likely be able to use this, but I want to be sure before I just burn Scry.
I mean, like, I'm not. We don't. Doesn't specifically have to be scry. I have a spell called locate object, and we could try to figure that out. How to like locate the copy of this object. Like scrying would be cool, but pinpointing it would also be nice.
Scrying.
You're such a
Let's see in
one-track
here, a
mind.
particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target and the sort of physical connection you have to it. If the target knows you're casting the spell, it can fail the saving throw voluntarily if it wants to be observed. So they have +5 to their save modifier because we haven't met them.
You are so focused on the guy. I'm focused on the paper. Do you think we'd be able to use magic to locate the other half of this paper?
Specific object known to you. Do you know what the other half looks like? Does it look like this paper?
I'm
Is it a
assuming
piece of
they are
paper?
the same.
You
That,
are
but
operating off of a large assumption.
we have no other information. The downside here is that he might know what we have. But there has to be some kind of magical connection to whatever I'm writing on, whatever he's writing on. I'm wondering if there's a way we can abuse that connection.
Okay, and is the spell within or is the object within 1,000 feet of you?
I have not tried to locate it yet. We're waiting for you to come back to basically touch on this.
Gotcha. Yeah, I go for it. I don't think it's within 1,000 feet.
I don't assume he's within 1,000 feet either. That's why I was
Hence
thinking we could.
the scrying.
Well, hence we could combine spells. So we could try to combine locate object and scry for this piece of paper.
That should work.
Well, what level is scry?
5th. What? It's 5th.
Why did you laugh?
I like how that was not the first question, but a thought that came later.
The thought was there. I just didn't know if you knew of any other spells that would be more applicable, and it sounds like scry is just the best one for this.
Scry is going to be the most applicable option. Unless you want to. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Oh, well, maybe. Do you get like summon steed or summon?
Yeah,
Do you have any
find steed.
summons? Find steed.
Find steed. We've used it multiple times.
All right.
I had a very fucking judgmental horse I summoned before the future skip, and then there was a fucking like Mustang we summoned or some shit, like a motorcycle or some shit we summoned in the future with it.
Yeah, we should mix scrying and find steed at some point,
Why?
so we can summon a steed somewhere and fuck with someone.
No. Also, I don't know if that's how that's going to work.
Well, how do you think it would work?
It would probably be basically like a one of those hounds that can like track a scent, or it knows things that it can't tell us because it's a fucking horse.
Fucking
that-
horses.
Fine
Don't
seed
fuck
is-
horses.
It can talk to you in whatever language telepathically. So
That's fair. I don't think I ever used words with me unless I can't remember. It's just been a while.
It's been a while.
Hi, Maeve.
Ah, Maeve. Maeve is such
There's
a cat.
a hole in our window screen that she's trying to crawl out of.
That does sound like Maeve trying to escape all the time, even though she would die.
She almost did once. She
It's
escaped
been
for
a
like 3
while
days.
since I could take this pickle out of my mouth. I
So
like
if you
how it's
guys
just a loop of it's been a while and literally only it's been a while.
Did you make it to the lower dragon?
No, we have not done that yet. Since all our spell slots were gone, I tested to see if I could use the wings in the same way that Fen was able to previously. I
Also,
can.
you fail to realize just how important it is to have Kit around for particular thought processes that can happen instead of just, yes, Fen and Xavier can make choices for Zeroji.
Like if it
Well,
was
I was
just
just
actions,
hoping.
it would be easier, but it's more thought.
Gotcha. I was
Literally, all
hoping-
we had you do was Zeroji made a painting.
Oh, yeah, yep, that is very Zeroji-like of him.
Yeah,
He made a painting of Faolu.
Faolu is the reason that Lyric kept us and watched over us for 3 years. Exclusively Faolu.
Hey,
gonna
That's all
get sent-
because
we
you
were gonna be
three
sent
or you
home
four
otherwise.
recognize him. I guess you three, because Fen doesn't necessarily recognize Faolu outside of what you guys have said of Faolu now.
Wasn't he the one that was in the center of the planet that we saw?
Oh yeah, he would know what Faolu looks like now.
Or will look like in 400 years, 4,000 years.
4,000 years.
1,000 years.
Man, it sucks being a planet's core.
I'd imagine that wouldn't be great.
Barring all of that, you guys have all approached a long rest where I think Fen wanted to do some shit.
What are we doing, Fen?
Oh, it's not we. I mean, I guess you're involved, but Fen's muted at the moment.
So while Zeroji is sleeping, he gets slapped awake by Xavier. And Xavier turns and walks out the room.
Gonna insight that real quick because that
Oh.
doesn't sound like Xavier at all.
And then I think a question was asked, but I didn't know the answer. Are we sleeping in the same room or just in the same building?
You and I usually sleep in the same room.
I thought so.
Oh baby.
But I wanted both of us to be here to make that choice.
Oh. Well,
So that can change whether or not Xavier slaps Zeroji in the face.
no.
You could
Like,
put more pillows and blankets on top of Xavier's bed and then slap Zeroji.
what I was gonna do is slap Zeroji, go out of the room, go into Xavier's room, and then Misty step outside. But since y'all just bunk together, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you see, I like my life, and one of the greatest protectors of that life is my brother. So,
It
What I'm
sure as
hearing
hell
is you
hasn't
like
been
your
your wings
spell book
flying you 30
close.
feet in the air.
yes. So,
Alright.
do you wake me up and then leave, or what's up with that?
No. Because if you were in the same room, it doesn't really work because Xavier is just there.
I should mention
Yeah.
that you do know that Fen can basically cast Alter Self at will now.
Yeah, there is that.
Fen
Sounds
has
about
not
right.
attempted to see if he can still shape or polymorph into a dragon.
That's the plan today.
That is today's plan.
Speaking of, today happens.
Polymorph
As you wake
into
up
a
from your
dragon.
dream, very sweaty, but also weirdly well rested.
Sweaty resting.
16 and 8. Not bad.
The weirdest kind of rested.
Not as good as my 120, but
Then
take it.
at some point during the night, you had also bid farewell to Trishula. It was a bit emotional on her end. I don't know how emotional Fen can get. I bet he had that like wetting of the eyes, but like was stoic otherwise type of deal.
Well, Finn would keep it inside because the one, that's just Finn, but also like the more that he shows, the worse it is for her.
So she left in the night since she can actually travel easier at night as it is anyways. And she embarked on her own mission to help you guys with your base of operations, basically. She did make a request of you to come up with a name for the place before leaving. Not something you had to come up with right at the moment.
That's good because I don't think Oral Keep is a good one.
I was gonna say the cum bucket.
Well, technically, it's supposed to be a base of operations for the four of you until until the adventure ends. So that'd be a weird place to continue returning to. Yeah, I got a hiccup.
I just gotta get off the floor.
Do the dinosaur.
I'm upset that
Well-
Robin made the profile picture for Midoriya better.
I was given enough free time to move the computer into the room where it's supposed to be, which is where I'm at. So I did that. I just need to plug everything in.
And in a daze, was thinking about that dream because that's weird.
With a couple weird dreams.
To catch you up, Liz had a dream about a volcano near Murgnadesh that was calling her name.
I mean, Mythnadoon.
Mythnadoon.
Right. Near specifically a dude.
I love that he keeps making the mistake now.
Oh, that's
I
fantastic.
wish it was an accident.
Usually you're pretty good with names too. You've corrected me before.
I'm not always good with names, just sometimes.
I said pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm like never good with them.
I
These
know.
are hard.
We know. Half of my list of characters in this game have nicknames of yours.
Wild at.
Like how we still call the Lord Dragon the Lord Dragon.
Hey, I like the Lord Dragon.
Lord Daddy.
But not
yes.
his name,
Lord Daddy,
apparently.
Lord Dragon, but not Vishrap. Never Vishrap.
I can't have that.
You know, I always forget that it's Vishrap until you say something, and it's like, who? Oh yeah, Lord Dragon.
And then you immediately default back to Lord Dragon anyway, so it doesn't matter.
It's alright, Lord Dragon's cool with it.
We didn't even find out its name was Vishrap until like we had met it at least 3 times at that point.
Yeah, this has actually been a weird campaign. You guys do not ask for people's names right away. Which is
I
fine,
mean,
because I
who's
don't have
that?
to keep coming up with some random commoner's name
If we
every
end up
time you decide
killing
to ask
them,
them.
I'd rather not know their name.
Why is that the jump? Why is that the first thing you think of?
Because he's
Speaking of
Zeroji
killing
and he's a
people.
wizard who's very weak and frail.
And a tricky trigger happy fireball finger.
If he was Stabum, he would take this approach much more not carefree, so to speak, but he'd be like much more approachable. Or he'd be approaching little kids and trying to hand them child-sized daggers.
For their own protection.
Interesting.
I take pride in my work.
He shouldn't, probably.
Well, doesn't matter because Stabum's not Zeroji, so we're good. And I've also learned not to send people on quests to Warren. Just like if you're going to Warren, you're circling around Warren and going somewhere else. Do not stop in Warren.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Warren is where campaigns go to die.
Exactly. So yeah, morning does happen. You have your dream wake up. Fen is already up and about, so he's already been doing things. Unfortunately for him, not messing with Zeroji like he had wanted to, after an answer was clarified.
Sadly.
Xavier and Zeroji, what are you two doing?
Spell forging.
Early in the morning?
Do you want to start with the locate object scry for this note?
He wants
Yeah.
to start with spell forging.
I mean, go big or go home.
We don't have to go that big. It's fine. It's not that crazy.
Go big or go home. And we don't have a home of which to return to.
We do have a home to
What?
return
We
to.
don't have a home of which to return.
What
Whoa.
the fuck are you talking about?
I have terrible news.
Yeah?
You the fucking
It's
spell.
gonna be done with that sentence there?
Anyway,
locate object.
let's
and
locate object
scry.
scry.
Wow.
Plus 14?
Yeah. The strength belt is good doing wonders, man.
Why is it strength based?
I don't
What
know.
the fuck?
I don't remember, but that's what it is.
Huh.
You just flexing so hard that it's like, hang on, let me find this object. Just, ah! It's over there, and he's just showing off his pecs while pointing like my dad used to do. Oh wait, hang on, I think it's moving over there.
Oh my god.
The best part is I know you're doing the flexing while you're saying it.
Right? That's kind of what I assumed was happening too.
Holy.
Okay, bye, Bob. I didn't want you anyway. You're a freak.
Alright. So wait, what is keying off of strength now?
Spell forging.
Spell forging. So that was a spell forge roll that you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
It says spell forging right there.
Yeah. I wasn't on Pedantic DM yet. I was pulling up Zone of Truth and Mirage Arcane.
Oh
The
god,
reason
I can't
why-
wait for that one.
The reason why it was able to be strength based is because his when you
He's
guys
so
had acquired
strong,
the
he
power.
beats magic into
No,
submission.
when you guys had acquired the power, he was already basically able to channel something of his what he'd found out as his deity, or he is now the deity. Basically, rules are able to be bent in his favor.
You physically grab onto the rules of magic and bend them.
But this is your spell forging. What are you spell forging here? Because this is Zone of Truth and Mirage Arcane, or are you scrying?
no,
first?
no.
So
This
we're
is
doing
scry and locate
and
object.
scry in an attempt to find the other half of this note that is being written on by the vampire hunter, we assume.
So
no,
is
we're
locate object being cast first?
I guess I've never known how these two things have interacted. I thought they were at the same time.
Yeah, I thought it was like the fusion ha dance where they.
Oh,
Like-
you are
like in-
combining scry and locate object.
Yes.
Okay, let me pull up 2 more tabs.
Although, just keep that keep little pin in that Mirage Arcane.
They're there. The tabs are not closed.
Okay, cool. That's gonna happen eventually.
Once you get access to 9th level spells.
Oh, the tabs will be closed by then.
Be fine.
I don't think so.
When have we ever faced consequences for our actions?
Very nearly often.
I seem to recall a certain
Look.
somebody losing a hand because
I mean,
the
I don't think you
consequences of
have
their
the
action.
recall spell.
in our defense, or in the defense of what actually happened, he lost a hand for like maybe 2 seconds before it died.
I mean, it was like
Was
a half
still
year our
gone.
time.
We were only in that place for like a month. What do you mean?
400 years.
All right, and you're doing this with the focal point being that page.
Yes.
That is correct.
In theory, we're hoping to find some kind of tether between this page and whoever is writing on the other page, or what the other page is being written on. But that's what we're trying to do.
We should go to Mythodoon and do this as is tradition.
No,
What do you mean?
I'm
no?
not part. I'm not part of this tradition.
As is tradition.
Liz actually has a reason to want to go to Mythodoon now. Beyond the launcher thing.
Oh, are we going to go to Mythodoon? We could. Like, we have the teleports to do so.
I mean, we have no clue when Dark and or Legion are going to be brought back into the equation, and anything that can help Liz become more powerful as well is going to help us as a group if that were to happen again.
I just don't.
Oh, I'm all
This-
for it. That's,
I just don't think we've all gathered back up since the
Um,
warning for Liz.
Yeah, no, me and Zroge are doing this basically in our room.
Yeah,
oh,
that's kind of what I figured.
never mind then.
All right, so there is an unfortunate about this. Your spell, your forge does work. Zeroji does actually acquire a new spell that he can memorize and tattoo on you and put in his spell book. But the unfortunate part is that what you scry and locate object of, since it's just that page, and you don't really have a way of determining whether it is a paired page, part of a journal, part of anything else.
Mm-hmm.
What happens is that you get what pretty much amounts to an invisible drone floating above that page that is looking down at that page.
The one in front of us.
Yes. And as you experiment with at least what the drone can do, Zeroji, looking through his mirror, can actually see the Xavier pick up the page and start just like walking about the building. The drone actually like will follow along with, and as Xavier stretches the limits of what his normal locate object could do, you guys figure out that the spell itself, instead of the 1,000-foot range, has a range of up to about a mile, and it remains as like a drone instead of like a focal point that would just be centered like Scry would do.
Interesting. And then, is that drone visible to others, or is it just something that Zeroji
I
can
have
see?
said it is an invisible drone. It does not make noise. It just floats there. It doesn't have any like shape or matter or anything. It's just something there that is able to give Zeroji a look through the looking glass, so to speak, at something, and it moves and follows the target.
I think we just made Arcane Eye.
Unfortunately, this is a 7th level spell. Xavier, as you have talked and whatnot, just trying to experiment more with the spell, Zeroji can hear what you are saying and stuff like that as well.
Think we can find Fen with this?
Maybe. Actually, I don't know if I can hear you right now if I'm a mile away. Like walking back or whatever. What would the duration on this be?
10 minutes, I would guess.
This year's 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. Concentration
Scrying is-
required. It is a 7th level spell.
Your spell. You called it what?
I basically called it an invisible drone. You can name it whatever you want. It's your spell. You forged it.
What do you think we should call it, Xavier?
I mean, I can't see the drone, so
Definitely not like Arcane Eye. You made me have to bring it up just to see. Like, it is a much stronger version of Arcane Eye now that I am looking at it, though. But no, this one, you don't have to expend an action of your own to do the movement. This one just follows, period.
Kane
I version 2.0.
updated Arcane Eye.
Arcane Eye level 2, which is actually level 7.
I thought you were just gonna call it like Sparky or something.
Sparky.
Birds are real.
What?
What?
Birds aren't real.
Birds are real.
Is that really what you're gonna call it?
No.
Finds
Oh.
easy yo.
Go ahead and move on to the next thing. Let me think on this one. It's not every day you get to name a new spell.
There are 2 new names that are being come up with now. A name of a base of operations and a name of a spell. Let's move on to what else we can start naming.
Okay, so I think our
Right.
immediate options after Liz's dream, assuming that we at this point have gathered together and are talking about what we're doing, and Liz has brought up her dream.
So Roji's
Is
lost a
go.
thought on the name of a spell, so.
Oh yeah, I am checked out.
He's as here as he was 10 minutes ago. It's fine.
True.
So
We can either go to Lord Dragon or go look at this volcano situation. I'm fine with either one.
Did Liz tell the group about the volcano situation?
If she did not, then my assumption is the Lord Dragon.
I had a weird dream last night.
Weirder than normal.
She'll describe the dream to everybody.
Wait, what are dreams?
It's the thought. It's like pictures that show up in your head while you're meditating. You know.
You know when people scream about
Mm.
vengeance and they come at you saying you ruined their dream?
Oddly enough, several times.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with poor people.
Why don't you go back to being checked out?
But Liz isn't poor, so I guess that doesn't make any sense anymore.
Well, I'm confused. What was your
Same.
dream, Liz?
She described it.
Yeah,
UAV?
basically the out of body stuff near Mythodoon, near the volcano, kind of being drawn.
So we're going to
Somewhere.
Mythodoon.
I think that probably should be one of our stops.
I'm fine with starting there.
Left to right?
West to east.
Well, it's either
Yeah.
probably north or south of the actual town, I would imagine. I don't know where the volcano is.
Probably go to Mythodoon before we just start wandering around the mountains.
Why would Why would we do that?
They might know something about it there, so that we're not just wandering.
Oh, okay. That's not where I was expecting that to go. No, that's a good idea.
Murder Dash probably isn't back yet, though. Like, it takes a while to travel to Mythanoon from Draywin. Yeah.
Win.
Twaywin? I hate it.
I'm not sure.
Ooh, I want to go to Dwayne.
I hate it already.
Oh, no.
Why did I ever say
Please.
You did this.
And I regret it. Trust me.
I think you also wanted to go to Vishrap too. That might be a quicker trip. We could start there. And
So Vishrap and then Mythnadoon. Fuck. Vishrap first. I'm fine with that. Cool as well. Hopefully quicker. Last time we went there was a 3-year endeavor, but probably faster this time.
Yeah, this time we don't push any buttons.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
preferred.
well, we
Fen, Zeroji,
Uh-huh.
thoughts?
Yeah, I'm thinking about unmanned arcane versatile scry, but not entirely sure yet.
I love it.
Wow.
That was a good thought to have.
Fen, cool going to Vishrap. I can do this one if you want.
I'm fine with that.
He means
Yeah,
Lord Dragon.
No, I'm fine with that. It takes me a second every time he says whatever he's saying, but I know he means Lord Addy.
Yeah.
So instead of putting my hand on each of you, because I only have 2 hands, I'll ask that you just each put a hand on my shoulder, and then we could give this a shot.
Gonna give you a hug.
That works. I'm not gonna be picky. Beat a hug from the front. I'm not sure how the.
Yep. Is that a front hug or a back hug? It matters.
Whichever it needs to be.
It's a front hug,
Okay.
and then you two can just put a hand
I'll
on each
put
of
my hand
shoulders.
on the back of Zeroji's head.
That's, I
Good
guess,
choice.
fine.
Like, are you grabbing onto my horns? Because that's for Arya to do. I would rather you did not.
No. I did not say horns. I said head.
Okay, good. Don't grab the horns. That's for Arya.
Probably
Nope.
me instead of my brother. I have to say. I think it'll work better that way.
Okay, the back of your head.
I'm not gonna stop you. I'm just saying I don't want to accidentally leave you behind.
Liz will grab his hand.
All right. And then I'll focus on the wings. And Vishrap's the temple that he's in. The temple of, I guess, me now.
The temple.
Me now. That's a weird temple.
All right. Yep. Similar effect happens as last time. Your platinum wings protrude from your back. You and your group float into the air a little bit as your wings begin to propulse you to your desired destination. And then as soon as they do their actual flap, you land gently at Bahamut's temple.
Outside of it?
Do you
Okay.
want to go through the roof?
I was just making sure that I know where we're landing. Because I also don't know the full extent of what exactly is happening when I flap the wings. This would be a good enough spot to go ahead and test out there's some dragon stuff. I think there's some open ground here that we could use if you wanted to try your alter self with your transformation.
I figured I'd do that down in the area where Lord Dragon is.
That's fair. Is there a large
There
enough?
was plenty of room.
Outside, is there like a 50 by 50 square somewhere that I can use?
50 by 50?
I don't know how big Gargantuan is.
If you're planning on changing, do you want to make sure that there's enough room for you to actually get into the room when you're that
I'm
big
not.
before?
I'm not planning on going into the room like that. I just want to transform so I get an idea of how large it is, one step at a time.
Ah,
So with that goal in mind, is there a location outside that it would fit what I assume my dragon is going to be? Miser.
One more time.
I want to transform into my dragon form outside of the temple. And I want to make sure there's a spot that has enough space that I'm not going to like break anything or knock anybody off of a cliff edge or wherever we're at.
Yeah, you definitely find enough space. I mean, there's mountains on one side leading down to some grassy area, leading further down into some sandy beach into the ocean.
Nice. I
So
will
there's plenty of
transform.
space. You will transform. Would you like to describe to the party what you transform into?
Let me see if there's an actual like physical description because I'm bad at describing pictures. I basically transform into an enormous platinum dragon towering over even ancient dragons. I have platinum scales, and I have various elements of the 5 kinds of metallic dragons. But it doesn't go into a lot of detail about exactly what I look like. Basically, I'm a fucking huge ass dragon.
I'm a huge bitch.
Well, that's
Yeah.
new.
that's intimidating.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my breath attack just out into the sky away from the mountains. So what basically comes out is a 300-foot cone of platinum breath.
Oh. Oh.
I have no idea if I can talk in this form. I actually have no clue.
So you actually have Avatar of Bahamut.
Oh, I have
It
the
is
page pulled up.
yeah, it's a
I
thing.
saved it.
Yeah,
I can see the picture. I can see all the stats. That's why I knew it was a 300-foot cone.
yeah.
But the description doesn't. I'm reading through it at the
Aspect of
moment.
Bahamut. That's why I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Languages, Common and Draconic. Yes.
Oh, there is. I forgot that existed on the character sheet. Common and Draconic. Da, 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 da.
As well as any other languages you already know. But yes, for just the fact that he has languages means that he can speak languages.
Makes sense. And then I, in turn, am going to change shape down back into Fen.
You're changing into Fen?
Yep.
I have
Using the polymorph
concerning-
aspect of the dragon.
Literally called
Motherfucker.
change shape into any humanoid or beast.
I turn into Xavier.
Fun fact, I keep the stats of the dragon in your
Oh, I
form.
know. I know how that works. That's cheating.
I do have an advantage, yeah. And then after about like 20 seconds, I will just automatically transform back into Xavier.
Oh. Got really big.
Yeah, that's gonna be handy in a pickle.
I'd say so.
Well, this is just going to be underwhelming in comparison.
The avatar of Bahamut in his dragon form is a massive platinum-scaled dragon standing around 64 feet tall. His wingspan is vast, easily spanning double the amount of feet he is standing, and his eyes gleam with a fierce golden light. The avatar's body is covered in intricate interlocking scales that seem to shift and shimmer in the light, and his massive jaws are lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. His claws are long and sharp, and his tail is muscular and powerful, capable of sweeping aside buildings with ease. The avatar's roar is deafening, and his mere presence inspires awe and fear in all who behold him. There you go. That's the description you were looking for, Will.
Nice. If that's on this page, I just did not see it.
It is not. I just made it up. I typed it up and then read it.
Nice.
I did have to figure out how tall Gargantuan was first, though.
Yeah, it's pretty big. How
big.
So that's tall. What's like the square size it would take up?
Gargantuan?
Yeah.
So let's see if this has. Let's just bring up images because that's where I found it.
Wait, I haven't read Exalting Breath yet. What the fuck? That's badass.
All right, here we go. This is pretty easy to tell. Eh,
4x4 or more.
There you go. I wanted to give you an actual like graph of it, basically. You get both square and hex.
Nice. That is decent. That's like the size of the World Dragon's head, basically. The World Guardian's head. Wasn't
Except
that 4 by
for
4? Or was it like 20 by 20? I can't remember.
the World Dragon I made 50 by 50 because I wanted to have it be literally large as fuck.
Yeah. Given the size of it, yeah, it makes sense that that's understandable for just his head.
To be fair, the aspect of Bahamut could have kicked its ass.
Yeah.
There was no contest there.
Yeah, this thing would have ruined him.
All right.
Oh, basically a god.
Reaper, you said you were going to like be much more disappointing in yours, right?
When he turned into
What-
an adult dragon.
Well, I mean, in comparison, yes, I feel like what I'm going to shift into is nowhere near as large or as ridiculous as that.
Look, it's not size; it's how you use it.
You
Yep.
feel a change, a difference in the way you channeled this power before. Where once before you were able to channel the power of golden dragons, that power seems empty. It does not seem like that cup is filling or even there anymore for you to draw upon. Instead, there's something in its place, something erratic, almost as if it's constantly in flux. Instead, you can now channel polymorph into any aberration of the CR previously given to your level.
I'm gonna spend a minute here looking at aberrations.
Beholders, man.
Beholders.
That's one of the aberrations. You can go beholder. You can go things of that sort. I think you're level 14 now, so you have up to like CR 14 of one shift per day of that.
How do I specifically search for that?
You go to game rules. You go to monsters.
Yeah,
you go
no,
to
I was
challenge
doing
rating
it.
14 and click aberration, and bam.
I was
Elder
doing it a
Brain.
bad way.
Elder Brain is 14.
So just like the thing that rules over mind flayers.
On the bright side, Fen, I feel like you get to transform into yours for a little longer than I do.
What he's telling you, Finn, is that you have endurance where he's just a one and done.
It's 3 and
Real
done. Thank you
quick.
very much.
That's how you use it.
Say what?
A Neothelid, CR13. Aware of the presence of creatures within 1 mile.
I like how V has also
wow.
immediately started looking this up.
I could have tentacles and an acid breath.
Yeah, but like the big ones right now, Elderbrain is kind of not very movable, but you have Beholder, you have the Neothelid, you have Star Spawns. Star Spawn Seers specifically, which are fucking powerful.
Yeah, Elderbrain moves pretty slow.
They're strong. They just, if you transform into an Elderbrain, you're not moving and you have a very weak hit point pool. And hardly any AC.
I'm gonna do the Core Spawn Seer specifically for the Earthglide.
The Star Spawn Seer?
The Core Spawn Seer, yeah.
Core Spawn Seer. Oh, it's up above. Okay, I see it.
Was there? Hold on.
There's a Star Spawn right below it. Liz and Xavier, as Fen is debating what to transform into, you just hear Zeroji mumbling under his breath, "Stalk prey? Locate prey? Observe? Arcane stalk prey?" He's kind of like shaking his head at each of these. He's not fully sure.
Ooh.
God damn it, you stole that from Destiny.
Don't know where that came from.
Don't know why that came to mind so quickly.
Yeah. Ooh.
There you go.
I do like that. I do like that.
That's pretty good.
I do like Arcane Witness.
Arcane Witness is good.
Even during the flight, Zeroji's just like mumbling different words for the for the spell.
Oh my god, there's so many. There's 7 pages of them. Fuck.
What?
Yeah,
you felt so very narrow in your choices before. Now that you have more more control, you're confused?
It's just so many to add. Because like I add them to the extra pool just to make it easier because I can track HP and everything through that. But there's so many to add, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, I'll do the Core Spawn Seer, and I guess just turn everybody and in their brains. I'll see you down there and phase into the earth.
That's probably fine.
Anyone want to do a let's say religion or arcane check on this? On what he just shifted into. Because Fen, even your own ability to know what the fuck a Core Spawn Seer was didn't come from you. It came from the other presence, basically.
Yeah. He's got the list. I just choose it. I'm like, oh, that sounds cool. Let's go.
24.
24, 6, and 20.
Come on,
20.
man. I'm trying here.
Nat 1.
I didn't say I was trying very hard.
So this is something you kind of just know through your training then, Xavier. Core Spawns are humanoids that were corrupted by eldritch power of elder evils. For the rest of you, core spawns are the elder evils assaulted the multiverse in strange and calamitous ways. Sometimes they breach the material plane by exploiting the unfathomable energy and darkness found in the world's depths. These terrestrial manifestations of loathsome alien agendas are known as core spawn.
Are they like evil by chance?
It looks friendly.
And they
Look.
are extremely varied in their physiology. Seers generally look like that, but there are definitely other core spawn. Like there's like, much like humans have their melee, magic, physical, range, BS, so do these things pretty much.
Do they typically have like an alignment?
Look, I'm sure he'll help us.
That's
Well-
not what I'm worried about.
And whatever
I'm worried
alignment,
about Vishrap seeing this fucking thing randomly teleport into this chamber he's been protecting for 100 years.
I mean,
Chaotic
if you
evil.
look at aberrations, every single one of them is evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, how is
the
Vishrap
core
gonna react
spawn
to
seers?
that just showing up inside
well,
of people?
You see, when I reach within 120 feet of Vishrap or Lord Daddy, I will let him know that I'm going to be coming out through the wall as a core spawn seer, but it is just little Amifin in the shape of a core spawn seer.
He actually replies in kind when you get to around 120 feet of him. He actually goes, "You might want to go through the normal entrance, as there is a shell protecting this area."
Ooh. Good point. And I go through the normal entrance.
So you guys, as you were all trying to like basically go to the entrance and go down too, you see the core spawn just come right back up through the earth and then start walking down or floating down.
I like the idea his head pops out of the ground and I just respond like, "Oh fuck! Oh yeah."
Yeah,
So
yeah.
soon?
There's he's got protection all around down there. The only way in is through the hole, so gotta use the hole.
yeah, always use protection when using the holes.
Yeah, you gotta.
I'm just gonna
Might get
start
a little
walking
vampire
down.
in you.
I'm going to walk down.
You're
Alright.
going down on the hole?
Whoa.
I will follow Xavier.
Alright. Everyone ventures down to talk with Vishrap, what everyone has been calling him, the Lord Dragon. And when you get down there, you don't actually see a dragon anymore so much as a tall, slender, and elegant individual with violent tinted skin and long, flowing silver hair. His eyes are a brilliant amethyst color, and he has long, slender fingertips with sharp, iridescent purple nails. It's a bit weird. He looks almost more effeminate than what you would expect from seeing the big, bulky amethyst dragon of before, but what you see is what you get, and that is the Lord Dragon you've been calling Lord Dragon instead of Vishrap this whole time. He is wearing regal robes that are of a deep purple and black, and they are adorned with silver and amethyst accents. Like when I say silver and amethyst, like it is, you see silver trailing from each amethyst actual very crystalline gem, very pure looking on his robes as he is for lack of a better word, packing, so to speak.
Makes sense.
Hey.
So despite what you're seeing from what he's doing right now, it does still seem like he shows a very much so otherworldly grace and power.
I take it you got the news.
I have, your lordship.
Oh.
and your display right outside your own temple was verification enough.
Just trying to make sure the first time I used that was outside of anywhere that could cause any accidental harm to others.
I just pray that you have not become a beacon for those that are hunting you.
I have a feeling that anyone who is strong enough to want to go up against me has their own way of finding me, regardless. But that is an understandable concern.
He muddles it over and goes, "That is a fair point. I feel like the only enemies that would challenge you now are among the king who has already been on the hunt, the brood, if they do turn out to be your enemy, or the gods, if that is the enemy of yours. And your words are hard, Reaper. Do you understand what you said earlier? It's still happening to me too."
Yeah. Words
So
difficult.
saying that in a smart way, if I can, I understand.
I'm unsure of the other gods because I don't know much about them yet, but I know there are some brood that would not be too excited about my return. Or I guess I should say Bahamut's return.
I do not believe the brood or the gods outside of Legion will attempt to mingle with your affairs, at least outside of proffering or hindering in their own light ways. Nothing that would be so
Direct.
as in attempting to kill you themselves.
That
As
is
it
comforting.
stands, Aether is already one such member of a different brood's order to try to stop you.
They have already sent, did you say? Or they would have.
He had said that Aether was already one such member they did send to try to stop you.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting,
more
given
so,
that he tried to recruit us.
they would send agents to stop you or try to hinder you rather than anything else.
Aether.
You did not forget who Aether is.
Not a memorable guy.
I can't tell if you're serious.
I'm always serious.
So he's not serious there.
Aether was
I'm gonna assume that you are lying right now.
I only ever lie through my teeth.
But
The rest of the party is left wondering what the fuck is Roji's on about.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
either really stupid or he's playing games with us, and I don't want to interfere either way.
that side was 100% in character.
What makes you believe that there might be other gods that might want to hinder us?
If they
I
do
guess.
rise to their own power, all gods are of their own alignment, but even beyond their alignment, there is the matter that 2 of you are of the brood and 2 of you are of the gods. I feel like there will be a shakeup in the power structure of our world, of our very existence.
I could see that being a problem.
I'm just
I
going to
do have
continue
a
actively
feeling.
ignoring the problem.
I do have a feeling we have paved a way for a different future than the one we have experienced already.
Is that what had transpired for you all?
Yeah. Our souls decided to take a trip onto not here, time very far away from here.
What are my souls doing over there?
Will your soul exist if the future doesn't exist in that way anymore?
vibing.
No idea. Probably not a problem. Probably ignore it.
All Zeroji knows so far is that he is currently too far, either distance-wise or time-wise, to know the condition of his future simulacrum.
Well, and my future soul jar.
Yeah.
That's the one that I'm bigger concerned about.
You put your soul into a jar.
Well, it's if I die.
He
My
had a
soul.
contingency plan that he made, like,
I had
as
two
soon as he hit level 20, he's like, I want this to happen.
multiple contingency plans. There's also my finger in a different plane in a box.
Uh-huh.
But don't worry, it's not going to come back to bite us.
No, not us. Just you.
Future
One
me.
does wonder what would happen if a body not your own was still capable of magic of the caliber that you were capable of, would do the things you did. Would it return now that your body or soul is no longer there?
Good question.
And if it would return, what would be its motivations? Everyone just kind of looks at Zoroji.
Yes.
Depends on if he thinks he's in danger or not.
What day does it happen to be?
I am unaware of the future to know what day it would be where you made any of this happen. I am just, like you, speculating on what could transpire.
It was over 4,000 years in the future.
Perhaps I would just go into stasis for a while.
Well, on the note of more of a present day, given that you're watching over, I don't know if this is a horde or if this is just a temple that you're watching over or what exactly you were watching over this location for. Do you know of any other locations that might have might have others doing something similar that I should go release from their duties?
I was acting more on a favor. However, there are other crystal dragons that could potentially use some help. If that is what you were trying to intone.
I'll take that as well. I didn't know if there were other locations that, or other people or things or creatures or. Are you a people? I don't. I I don't know how to refer to. um, if there are other beings that are trying to cash in favors for Bahamut until its return, that I should go check in on.
God. That was just said.
Are you a people? Have you ever wandered to like downtown St. Louis or Chicago and just completely misspoke when speaking to someone that's a little different?
I mean, I'm a little different now. I don't know what I am anymore.
There is a quiet and secluded grove located on the outskirts of Draywin. It is the home of my sister, an ancient green, well, emerald dragon. Don't call her green. She'll get pissed off at you.
Emerald.
She'll probably get pissed off at me if you tell her that I called her that.
I will leave it out of my interactions.
Regardless, she is of the emerald variety, and therefore inferior. I mean, therefore, besides that, she rarely interacts with the outside world. Even those among Draywin do not much visit her. However, you could seek out her wisdom, and she could give you different guidance than I have given. It could be much more fruitful, as my own information has been expended due to my long stay in this very specific temple that is very secluded from the rest of the world.
Yeah, I'm hoping that you have I'm hoping you
Her
enjoy your time away from this cave.
her grove, however, is much more It is a place where people can often go to, and at least, much like I am telling you to ask her for information, people do seek her guidance. I will warn you, though. From what I have been able to glean from even my distant traveling thoughts, as it were, she has been acting strange lately. And I suspect it might be a malevolent force that is doing as such. So, I was on my own way to potentially go inspect there. However, two ancient dragons of different gems meeting in the same spot could cause a different turbulence altogether. So if you would like to take up the charge in my stead, I would be greatly honored.
I feel like it is the least I can do given the role that I've stepped into.
All the help you've given us in the past.
That as well. What's her name?
Green
What
dragon.
is her name?
Lucian Fishrip.
You are
New
going
Lord
to
Dragon.
die if you call her a green dragon.
Oh no. You see, I will just be quoting someone.
You think that's going to make you die less?
If I phrase it as, "Hi, Vishrip said you're the green dragon."
I'm not saying she's the one that's going to kill you.
Eh,
We were told to
Well, they
seek
call
out
me.
the Green Dragon.
We were told by Vishrep to seek out the
I
green
am
dragon.
doing this meeting by myself. Holy shit.
Look, okay, you can just go with Liz and be responsible, and
No,
I'll
no,
just
no.
stay with Fen.
I
Look,
I
that
think
will
I
keep
think
us out of
Xavier would
trouble.
want to have a chaperone with you two, by the sounds of it.
Look, it'll be fine. You go talk to the Green Dragon.
By myself. Emerald
And-
Dragon.
Fat and I will hang out and
Just have a lovely chat on
We'll
a
Quit
have
bridge.
discussing this like it's an option.
you know what? While you're gone, we'll have some tea. We will have some tea while you're gone.
You know I can't trust you. There's no
Well,
reason
you
that
can
you've ever
trust us
given.
to have tea.
Yeah, there's nothing you've ever done to make me trust that that's the only thing that's going to happen.
While you're gone, we will have tea.
Oh my
We
gosh.
will have tea.
We will have tea.
Just won't be the only thing that happens.
Oh
And
my
that's the
god.
I never.
Now you're putting words in our mouth.
We never
Yeah.
said that. We said we were gonna have tea.
So, is there a name for this dragon?
Lore
Her
Dragon.
name.
Or
Her
mommy.
name. Damn it. I'm just gonna fucking paste it. Oh no, her. God damn it, that is not what I copied.
And he is known for his great wisdom and love of nature.
There you go. Can I copy the right name now? It's there we go. That.
So I'm assuming the J comes after like the TH.
No, there's no J. It's funny because I fucking copied this over from my thing, and I only just now made the mistake of calling the he a her to you guys as Vishrip, so I'm like, shit, now I have to change it to a her. And then I copied over the he part. God damn it.
I did think that was strange as I heard Zeroji read it out. Yeah.
Not the right letter.
I might wait until tomorrow where I can use the power of my newfound power, I guess. But I will check it on her.
Oh man. Excuse me. He just kind of Vishrep actually kind of just looks to the bunch of you and says, "Well, this is technically your horde. I don't really have any reason to guard it any longer, for its lord has returned. Enjoy your treasures." And he does like a bit of an awkward wave because he hasn't had to interact with people outside of you guys for the very longest of times.
I shake his hand.
He didn't offer it, so you're actually like moving up to him and reaching up to shake his waving hand. Are you
Nice.
continuing that?
Oh, absolutely.
Can I grab
Okay.
him by the shoulder as he's walking by to stop him and just bow instead?
Oh, you definitely can. You have a 29 strength. I don't know if Zeroji can even hope to get away from that.
I'm gonna try an acrobatics away.
Grapple check, go. Grappling versus acrobatics.
Is that an attack or is that just athletics?
It's athletics.
I'm gonna lucky that because that's bad. 20, and Xavier got an 8.
So this matters. Is it an unarmed attack or is it athletics?
I think a grapple is isn't it an attack
It's
roll or is it an
athle-
athletics?
No,
Oh, it is specifically
grapple
athletic
is
versus
athletics from the attacker,
yeah,
and then
versus
acrobatics or athletics.
Yeah.
So do you have a plus 12 to your athletics?
I have a +9. I'm not proficient in athletics.
Thank God. Okay.
Do you still go to try to shake the Lord Dragon Vishrep's hand?
Yes, absolutely yes.
I'm glad
He
this was
kinda-
worth the 4/10 for you. I'm glad you wanted this so badly.
410 and a lucky.
He raises an eyebrows as you approach and realizes what you are offering, and he lowers his hand to give you a handshake instead.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
This is an unfamiliar custom to me.
It is my way of saying thank you.
All right, continuing on from the description before, though, and in Vishrep's voice instead. A word of warning for those of you that do decide to meet her. Outside of Xavier, any of the rest of you that decide to meet with her must approach her with respect and humility. For she has little patience for those who show arrogance or disrespect towards nature.
Liz looks at Tsurugi.
I think we all look at Zeroji, thinking about the hyenas.
They weren't hyenas. Were they
Oh,
hyenas?
they
It
were
doesn't matter. They're not anymore.
Yeah, you
I thought they
definitely
were-
cannot meet her.
Look, listen. I respect animals when they're fucking.
You're not changing my statement. You're not meeting her.
Okay. I will be left to my own devices.
You'll be left with Liz and Fen.
Yeah.
I think you're overestimating how much I'll be able to stop them.
Pulls up hood of cloak.
Hood
later.
of cloak. The invisibility cloak.
Yeah.
I would not be able to have any kind of peace of mind if I didn't at least try to leave someone to make sure they didn't kill everybody in the town.
I don't think they would.
What?
Try and
Why
kill
is that? What? Okay, hang on.
I have to assume the worst.
Why is that your first assumption? Not
I
like,
have to assume the absolute worst.
they got in
I
some
think they
giddy
would-
shenanigans.
I would think they would steal everything from everybody in the town before they killed everybody.
Yeah, and then what's gonna happen when they get caught stealing because Roji's not the best at it, and someone tries to stop him?
Look, that's why I don't steal. I just act as support and take a cut. I leave stealing to the people that are good at it.
I'd also strongly prefer if you didn't just steal from people.
Well, I'm not going. Okay, I will not steal from people.
Shut up. I know what you're doing.
What? I am giving you my word as a Roji. I will not steal from people. While you're gone.
I missed part of the conversation because my shit crashed.
They've been arguing
happened
back and forth.
at just after the handshake.
They've literally just been going back and forth.
Yeah, I've been forbidden from going to this meeting, so I am being left unsupervised from Xavier's eyes.
Basically, Xavier thinks that if Zeroji is left unsupervised, the city will die.
Yeah, his first assumption is that we were gonna murder a hobo an entire city, because
It's a possibility.
how?
What the fuck?
What?
Because
Like,
It's not.
because you can now.
okay, I'm not evil. That is an evil thing to do.
If
Ooh,
if it was
Propel is good.
necessary for your
If it-
self-preservation, you would do it, and I'm not okay with that.
Sure.
Dang, that's sweet. That's
If
a
it
weird
was
sweetness.
necessary for me to live to kill people, absolutely. But that's not the situation at the moment.
I'm not worried about this exact moment.
Look, if it ever gets to the point where I have to kill a town to stay alive,
You have a meteor shower for that.
I hate it. Well, not at this level.
Not
I
yet,
don't.
not yet, but you will.
But yeah, just
I'm not
don't.
gonna let you do that.
Oh,
What-
God, I just realized I gave
in-
you guys a fucking dragon sword. Hold on.
In oh my
Ju-
god, we
ju-
got
wait,
more
what?
money.
Did
It
you
took
miss
you
that
till
part?
now to realize that? Not just any dragon's horde either. It's Bahamut's, but this is like the dragon's horde of dragon's horde.
I mean,
Hordes.
not in that sense, because it was the followers that were really making the horde, and then the amethyst dragon that was just defending it. So it wasn't necessarily Bahamut's own horde. It was followers donating,
Ah.
and it just became Bahamut's horde.
Oh my god, Razim is a dragon, isn't he?
You would love that, wouldn't you?
A
Hey,
little bit.
Lord Dragon, before you go, do you know of someone by the name of Razim?
I do not know any person or being by the name of Razim.
Okay. And are there like dragons that you don't know?
Oh my god.
That's
Of other.
speciest.
Well, it's Lord Dragon. Lord Dragon knows more than.
It's not his actual name.
Of other, shall we say, colors or metals, yes, I do not know every dragon.
Okay.
Even
So-
those among the gems, I only know of my siblings.
So it might just be that Razim is an inferior dragon.
I don't think Razim's a dragon.
Are you sure?
I'm not counting the option out. I don't know anything about Razim.
Like, being a banker would be the perfect way to build a horde.
But we got paid out for it.
We did, but think of how much interest he collected.
Yeah, let's just move on. I think we're gonna hurt ourselves if we think about this too hard.
All right. Do we have anything else for Lord Dragon?
I think I got what I mean, I came here to let him know he was released from his duty, basically, and he was already aware of that, so I have nothing else I need from here.
Did anybody try to kill me?
Do you want me to try and
Specifically at
kill
the
you?
time. No,
He's-
no.
Okay. Let me know.
Specifically in the time where we had passed out and were in your care.
You weren't in my care long, as when you had passed out, I had already figured that your souls left your body. It was with that thought in mind that I had teleported you to the last place I knew where you had safe haven.
Appreciate
That's
that.
not a no.
He doesn't know.
No. He didn't answer the question.
I believe we were transported out before there was even a chance for somebody to find us here.
You don't know that. They could have been in the room the whole time.
Just because you two try to fucking lie to everybody to their face by just not telling the truth doesn't mean that's what everybody does.
Is
It's
it lying if we just don't say everything?
Lying
it's
by
not a
omission?
lie if you don't answer the question. You just don't answer the question.
Look, ask me no questions.
What color
I'll
is
tell you
the
no
sky?
lies.
Well, you see, this one time back in my day, goes on rant of a massive story, but never answers the question.
The sky
I
does
didn't
indeed have a
lie.
color.
I'm just trying to figure out if anybody tried to kill me while I was unconscious.
I did not.
Obviously, if
Well,
anybody did, they didn't
Well,
do a very
I
good
do have
job.
to question something of you, Fen. If someone did try to kill you while you were unconscious, and even if we knew about it, what if we didn't know who?
I'd have an idea. Probably why my name's not crossed off the list. But it still gives an answer of did someone or not.
While you were under my care, no such entity had come close to the temple.
wait a minute. Lyric isn't on that list.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is there we don't know exactly
There's
why
more to the
people end
list,
up
and I
on the
don't know
list.
why.
Yeah.
It might not be the hunter that is making the list.
So we got to find someone to pay off.
Maybe? I don't know how this shit works. I appreciate everything that you did for us, even if it was only for a brief time.
Shake his hand.
I shake his hand with, I think, a tentacle.
You know what you look like.
You definitely have hands.
You definitely have hands. Many hands.
Okay.
Well, two hands
I
and like
looked away, so like I stopped perceiving what I was. Yeah, I shake his hand with a hand. And another hand. And another
I've
hand.
never quite shaken a correspond's hand. This is a different one for me. The world is full of mysteries.
Yeah, this is the first time that I've been a correspond. It's weird. But being able to walk through solid earth is kind of nice.
I feel as if you will make many uses of this new power of which you've been invested with.
I could break into so many places.
It's only unlawful if you get caught.
Oh, I'm
Wow,
gonna
where?
be unlawful with it.
I believe that no one here has ever known Fen to necessarily be lawful, as it were. And with that, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your temple, as it is. It could do with some repairs. Not really something I could do from where I was, as I did not have access to my human form until my favor was done.
Enjoy
I know
your
someone that's got
newfound
a
freedom.
state repair service going.
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can get into my contact and have them come check the place out. I guess.
Trishula's gonna be busy!
I was like, hey, I got another job for you.
Let's let her at least start this current job first.
Well, no. Obviously, it's project. You get You get lists. You just here. You work on this. Wherever you get done, take you a little break. You know, chill for a little bit, and then go to the next one.
Little you time.
And before you know it, every single one of the places on the list that she gave me are going to be repaired. Just cause.
Ooh, what is that?
Hmm?
I've been hitting generate on like 3 different random generators and just seeing the results.
You know, I said I wanted to do it, but I don't know if I actually did it. Did I go buy those boots?
You didn't do it in this game yet, no.
Fuck.
I'm sure we can go find them in Myth Nadoon when we get there.
Do you want to borrow mine?
No,
I
no,
think
no.
we're gonna
It's so
achieve the
that
goal.
it's so that we can both have them.
Ah.
What are you trying to get?
He's trying to get some Uggs.
Some boots of Elvenkind to go with my cloak of Elvenkind. Got to complete the set.
Those even work together?
They do. Yeah, so oh, there we go. Now my mouse wheel is actually
Okay.
a mouse wheel.
I don't like this weapon, but I do find it funny. There is a line in here. The giant must succeed on a DC 17 Constitution saving throw or die.
Specifically giant?
Specifically giant, specifically
like
a
a
DC
long
17 Constitution saving throw or just
Specifically death.
die.
It's pretty
Um,
low
it's a-
for a
probably like
giant, isn't it?
probably
It's a
like
slingshot. Or
sort of
sling.
slaying of giant slaying.
It's David's sling, right?
It is the Hammer of Thunderbolts. It's a legendary weapon, and it kinda sucks ass.
Mm. Can you throw? Wait, thunderbolts?
Hammer of Thunderbolts.
That's not how that works. You're throwing sound at somebody. Mm. The hell are we gonna do with all this stuff? Are we just gonna use it to pay for renovations?
I mean, probably for his temple.
Yeah, why are you
Yeah,
why are you immediately thinking you're just gonna take all my shit?
I pick up a gold piece and pocket it. I wasn't thinking that. It's just more like we already got a whole bunch of money and stuff, and now there's a whole bunch more stuff and money potentially
and stuff.
and stuff. So it's just a thought of well now what? But obviously it can go into restoring the temple,
Yeah,
your holiness.
that would be. Don't get fucking snarky.
Can't
Have you
touch
ever
this.
heard
Sink
of
into
a-
the earth.
Have you ever heard of a rainy day fund?
Yeah, that's usually the estate on the south end that has a whole bunch of stuff in it that whenever I need money, I go and take it from there.
Uh-huh.
Usually it's rainy. Makes it easier to steal.
Yeah. Only ever steal from it on rainy days. They've actually believed that the rain causes things to go missing at this point. It's kind of hilarious.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What?
Nani?
Nani?
He's good thing
This is
bad
weird.
thing?
I mean, it's good for
He's-
you guys.
He's strange thing.
Oh, I think he's figuring out the thing.
He's figuring out our loot pool.
He's figuring out how wealthy we are.
That's the
And by we, I mean
fucking
Xavier and my
rich.
dad.
I think goddamn rich is the amount.
I think
Thing is,
the
I
proper
have
term is
92,000.
more than we need.
I think it's called fuck you money.
It really is just fuck you money.
I wasn't
You could pay
fully
people to fuck
sure
off.
if you were actually going to go to Vishrep this session to, gain this.
That was the intended stop since last session.
Yeah, 'cause
So-
Yeah,
I'm,
but
I'm
we,
pretty sure from last session it was Vishrep to Arkenton, and now it's become Vishrep to Mythnadoon.
Ah, fucking hell. I need to actually know what you guys have for gear now so I don't overlap your gear. Nope, don't start just saying it out loud. I will not recall a single damn thing of what you say.
No.
All that
I
matters,
looked
I'm
it
ready
up
to conclude.
and was about to start it and was like, nope, I'm just gonna start typing on a keyboard that's not connected to my laptop. Mm-mm.
What the fuck is this? This item appears to be a large sealed iron barrel weighing 500 pounds.
I think that would just be staying here.
Releasing the catch unlocks a hatch at one end of the barrel, allowing 2 medium or smaller creatures to crawl inside. 10 levers are set in a row at the far end, each in a neutral position able to move either up or down. When certain levers are used, the apparatus transforms to resemble a giant lobster. The
oh
apparatus...
god. No.
The apparatus is a vehicle.
I feel
It
like I
requires
missed something.
one pilot. While the apparatus's hatch is closed, the compartment is airtight and watertight. The compartment holds enough air for 10 hours of breathing divided by the number of breathing creatures inside.
So do you want to fight a nuclear warhead?
What? I think there's an anime about that. Apparently, we can turn into crab people, though.
This is all my fun, cool shit.
Oh, that is the anime.
Oh god.
Eminence in Shadow was a trip.
I haven't seen
It's
it
a
yet.
really good anime. I liked it.
Is it on Crunchyroll?
High Dive.
No.
Fucking hell. I don't have High Dive yet.
I
Pirated it.
put on an eye patch. Because I'm already fucking paying for Crunchyroll. I'm not going to pay for goddamn High Dive.
That Javelin of Returning's a infusion.
Yeah, it's infused with returning, yeah. I don't know the significance of it. As far as I'm concerned, it's a magical javelin with returning now.
It was when you didn't have really much for range.
Yeah, I remember that you made it. I just the infusion versus it already being magical, like
Oh yeah, they didn't really ever ask for the rings of swimming back. Guess those are yours now.
No, they didn't. I was just like, I'm going to keep this. Oh, technically, I have studded leather armor +2 as well. Because I didn't sell it, apparently. You need to sell it.
The plate +1, I don't know if there's anything extra with that since I came back as Bahamut. Because I believe it was described that my armor also just became a shining platinum, but I don't know if that was temporary.
I like the fact that you have
I'm sorry.
spellbooks listed.
Is your backup spellbook just me?
No, you're my
Yes.
primary spellbook.
I'm the primary spellbook?
Yes, you're my number one.
Uh-huh. You can't...
What?
whatever.
Ooh, I wonder who's going to want this. All right, so I'm going through the magic items first, and one of the magic items you guys are getting. I wonder who. Like, this is going to be a fight for who takes this. I think.
Or we'll rock, paper, scissors for it. And by rock, paper, scissors, I mean we all roll a die. And then everybody loses.
That's dope as hell.
You know, I looked at Ion Stones recently. That's not the one that I was wanting. But that one would be real nice.
And I feel like if Ben's getting targeted by spells that strong, specifically, that he's not doing something right.
Second item.
What? What's that?
Another fucking legendary sword.
I want that one.
Technically, Liz could also use this one though.
She's not proficient with that.
Any swords?
Like it could be even a short sword, which is a simple weapon.
Oh.
Yeah, great sword, long sword,
Defender.
rapier, scimitar, or short sword is technically what defender can roll as.
Oh, I didn't see any. It just showed up as type longsword.
Mm.
Mm.
When would you use that, Zeroji?
What?
When would you use it?
Defender?
Yeah.
Oh, never. I am not proficient with swords.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's really going to be between Liz or Xavier.
I've got my
Because-
sword. If Liz wants it, it's all hers.
For some reason, I feel like something would get mad.
Look, just absorb it and enhance your power. You can do that, right?
That would be fucked up.
Why?
I don't know. I haven't tried to eat a sword lately.
Try it. I mean, try it.
I got one you can try to
No.
eat if you want.
Like with your hand, not with your mouth, unless you're like into that. In which case, I'm not gonna stop you. I just wouldn't recommend it.
I have a scimitar you could try to do.
By the way, I think the game is over. We're just talking items at this point.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
We will go to Myth Nadoon next time.